Ryder! This guy stinks! Hi, hello, it's me, the mailman guy. Also, I'm some bit too low there. Hello, also, I'm turning too far to the left. I'll go a little bit to the right. A little more to the right. A little more to the right. A little more to the right. Ooh. A little more to the right. Okay, this is clearly not working. Sure. Oh, it's because I think I have, camera lock. There we go. Much better. Nice. Okay. Hi, it's me. I'm the mailman guy. You can just call me Mail. Hope you all having a good day, evening, morning, or night. Wherever and whenever in the world you are. Hello to the lone. Welcome on in. Also, I thought this was a cover of the song at the beginning of MGS5 Ground Zeroes, IDK How. Guess what's my third, guess what? It's my third New Vegas run in the same timeline as Nova's. Okay, so I only, I only know about your, the robot. The ex-Legionnaire, techie robot. Yeah. That's the one that I know. So I think I skipped knowing the second one. I think I skipped knowing the second one, my guy. I don't know, man. IDK, oi, oi, oi. I didn't tell you about the second one. Let me tell you about it first. Oh god, now the numbers are hurting my brain. I wish you could change the music in the main menu, because this music's kind of like, you know, Also, this menu is so cool. There's so many, like, hot bars you can read. I'll have to, like, look at it and show it off in a second, in any case. Also, I want to listen to the Ground Zeroes song, because yeah. MGSV GZ song. Ground Zero, no, theme. Ground Zeroes theme. This one's a bit more fucking visceral and violent and loud. "5 years ago. This was uploaded way later. Wasn't fucking Ground Zeroes out in like start 2015? Yeah. Weird. Oh yeah, I can hear it now. I can hear it. Yeah, I'm hearing it now. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Corporal Doe takes place after a month of Nova nuking both the NCR and the Legion. Doe became a walking skeleton. Reminds me of my badge. That guy that I did, a Corporal Sterling, I think his name is, in FNV. I like how I turned like a very cool character even cooler by accidentally turning him into a skeleton. Yeah, Corporal Sterling. Doe became a walking skeleton. He's searching for Nova and revenge. Also builds a PMC with no bark, Novak Doctor, and mean son of a bitch mutant. Okay, can you please Am I forcing my own mailman lore into other people's lore? Yes. Surely Corporal Sterling can be part of that crew, man. He literally became bad to the bones, a fucking skeleton that was smoking a cigarette, which is pretty badass. He literally became a literal walking fucking skeleton. It was sick. I should probably lower. I mean, Corporal Sterling's a fucking, like, great sniper, right? That's, like, his whole shtick. Now guess what's the third character? Okay, well, you have a robot, a skeleton, a super mutant. Nope. Okay, well, I don't want to say a ghoul, because a ghoul feels too similar to a to a skeleton. And a zombie is just like, just making up stuff now. Okay, we have someone, okay. I don't know then. Nova, Doe, and Jerry, and Gary, and Barry, and, I'm trying to think of, like, other archetypal, like, race stuff. A dog. I don't think you can play as a dog in New Vegas. I doubt there's a mod. That's why I was thinking, like, super mutant or ghoul, because I know that's common. Robot, skeleton. It's a human, a freeside drug dealer. She has a bocce, the Glock is a weapon. How was I ever gonna guess this one? Fuck you. A red coat and scarf. She deals drugs alongside her pet A powered armored Cazador. Mirabelle, that's her name. Okay, that's pretty badass. That's very badass. Butchie the Glock as a weapon, that's badass. That's very cool. Drug dealer. So she's just the biggest drug chem abuser ever. Okay, like, by the way, when we talk about, like, drugs in the New Vegas, right, like, it's mainly for melee, yes? I'm not crazy. You don't, like, I guess maybe turbo you can kinda use for guns, but to me, I've always considered drugs to be, like, more beneficial for, like, a melee playthrough, yes? Are there any like, maybe AP? What's the AP one? Jet? Jet can help you, but, like, if you're using all the drugs, I'm pretty sure it's mainly for, like, a melee builds that make, like, drugs actually be useful in New Vegas specifically. In terms of all Fallout games, I don't know. She hates both Doe and Nova. Nova because he stole Vera's dress? Okay. The dress she wanted from when she was a kid. Okay, that makes sense, that makes sense. Doe is very anti-drugs, and he just fights her cartel. It sounds like a Giorno Giovanni, Giorgio e Ontoveri. Fuck it, I did not pronounce that right. Hey, Golden Wind, fuck you. Gold, how do you fucking pronounce that Italian? Fucking goddammit. Fuck. Vento Oreo. I was trying to say it in the wrong order. I was trying to say Oro Vento. My brain is stupid. I was literally trying to say Oro Vento, but I was getting it the wrong way. Dumbass. I know, listen, I was one step away, okay? I really wanted to say, I want the wind is golden. The wind golden, okay? I tried. I remember fucking, yeah, okay, anyway. God fucking damn it. Hello, James. Welcome on in. Why are you at me? Yeah, is focus they has? Oh, okay. You can kill the Dominican Republic and Iran. Okay. There you go. Sorry, I just wanted to... That's so out of context of Mailman to say, yes, you can indeed kill the Dominican Republic and Iran. Wind golden, I know, fucking based. Stop launching fucking missiles and nukes everywhere, James. You god damn it, son. God damn it. What the hell? Maybe we need a mailman nuke. I always think, have you guys seen the fucking Amazing Bulk scene? Wait, let me get it up. Let me get it up. Amazing Bulk chase scene. The Amazing Bulk of the epic chase remastered to 4K? What the hell? Okay, that was a bit loud. Grey War devs still begging for, like, more developers? Yeah, good. That's what they deserve. Okay, shush. No, be quiet, video. Be quiet. Okay. There we go. Amazing Bulk, epic chase. Okay, so this is one of the greatest scenes in all the cinematic history. This is literally peak, chat. You have to believe me. This is like literally fire. Look, he turns into a Bulk. Not to be confused with Hulk. This is purple, hot Bulk. He's giant fat purple ass. And he runs. He has to run from everything. Look, he's running from fucking Robin Hood and Archer. The Archers are trying to take him out. And then the kangaroo and the koala are there. They're gonna try and take him out, but he runs past them. He runs past the flamingos. The flamingos are after him. We called in the US military. We need all the jet fighters to take out the Bulk. The cow is there chilling. The horse is chilling as well. Don't worry about them. We're calling in our fucking tanks. The tanks need to take out the motherfucking Bulk. Oh my god, he's zooming. Holy shit, he's dodging them fucking goddamn tanks. Holy shit, man. He's dodging, man. Okay, we've called out the World War I pilots. We've called... Okay, we need everybody. We need those animals sitting on the fucking swings. And those fat people on the fucking seesaw. And the goddamn US military is here shooting up into the fucking sky like an idiot. Goddamn little gecko. We called in the Red fucking Baron. We've resurrected the Red fucking Baron from World War I. We've called him in. He's doing some tricks and shit. That's what he likes to do. You know, Red Baron's gonna help us. We got some fucking soccer lady. She's just ignoring the giant fucking helicopter explosions right next to her. We've called in fucking Blackbeard. We called in fucking the goddamn pirates. We got this dumbass kid fucking bunking a fucking soccer ball in his head, man. We've called in the motherfucking truckers and the fucking bicyclists. We got a fucking superhero falling from space. Holy shit. We fucking Zeus. You know, our boy Zeus. We just called up Zeus. He's here shooting lightning bolts. We got Rowdy's. Rowdy's just sitting on his ass doing nothing. He's like, oh, Major Bulk run past me. We got the fucking Apache attack helicopters in on this. We got another fucking lizard. It's a green one. Fucking Bulk wasn't even there, man. We've had to call in the German U-boats. The motherfucking submarines. Bulk, you got a grad! Oh my god, that was scary, Bulk. You nearly got hit by the train. We called in the fucking... The goddamn trains to take him out. We got some Native American fucking tracker trying to track him. Oh my god, why is it so beautiful? This is like literally a... Oh, we've called in the same tank. The same tank. He's still chasing Bulk, man. We got a flying dog. We called in the flying dog, fucking Krypton. Sorry, Crypto. We got the cowboys. We got American cowboys here. The helicopter's still flying, man. He's flying over a river. He's flying pretty low. I do not fly that low in a helicopter, man. But, you know, whatever. A Bulk is too quick. When I think of the amazing Bulk, I think of how quick he is. How fast he can run, you know? We've got this random fucking US pilot guy. Yep. Yep, there he is. Yep. The USAF. Beautiful. We kill for peace. Yep, that's America. Yep. We got some fucking gecko on a laptop just chilling in the desert. Don't know how he got a laptop. But he's just chilling. He's not gonna do anything. We got some more fucking fighter pilots here, man. Okay, and now we are dropping literal missiles. This is what I wanted to bring up. This is what I think of James. We need a mailman emote that's me on the nuke like this. Right? We need the mailman on the nuke like this. I don't know why this guy's got such a big mustache, man. That guy killed himself. Like, fuck that guy. He's dead, I guess.
Good job, soldier.
We had to drop a nuke. It was the only way. And we got the fucking flying dog and the goddamn fucking angelical lady there for some reason. Okay. The mailman's fucking tangent is over. I wanted to show the greatest cinematic, you know, scene in all of history. Also, the lead dev of Great War Redux is triggered by Kaliningrad being independent when people do the old history. Okay. So is that Russia in Great War Redux? Why does he even have that path? If he's angry about the own thing in his own mod, why does he still even have it in his own mod? He just likes to take away all this fun stuff. I'm assuming because he's Russian, right? I'm assuming maybe he's from Kaliningrad, is my guess. Sorry, Kaliningrad. I'm not very good at pronouncing Russian. Soviet Russia. It's a Kaliningrad in the fucking Baltic Sea, motherfuckers. Fucking... yeah, the weird little thing underneath Lithuania. That what Germany used to own. Yep, they're Russian. Not gonna lie, someone should pet Bulk instead of Yazov. True. Well, I'm saying Yazov is crazy. Should put Bulk instead of Yazov. That'd be pretty funny. Lom referencing Yazov is wild. That I had to like do a double take. Lom actually paying attention to the fucking TNO streams. What the hell? I doubt we'll ever get a Bulk mod. I doubt it. That's too niche and obscure for anything fun. Anyway, what's that one scene? What's that movie? I should know. Dr. Strangelove. I should have known that because it's Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, fucking Dr. Strangelove, the guy on the nuke. Sorry, when it comes to old movies, like, I don't fucking know movies this old. I've never watched, Dr. Strangelove. I apologize. Maybe it's the greatest movie of all time. I mean, fucking Hideo Kojima sure fucking seems like it. But, you know, this is where the fucking... I obviously knew fucking Bulk comes from this. The guy on the nuke is, like, a reference to this scene. Lom knows the scene. Lom would be like, oh, yes, of course. Yeah, I just want this guy. Yeah.
Hey, what about Major Kong?
Anyway. That scream is like 10 out of 10, man. Bitch, just because I don't care for the game doesn't mean I don't hear the big background noise. Fair enough. Thank you for listening to my ranting and waffling. Dr. Strangelove, why the hell did I marry that bastard? Why couldn't I stay with the boss? She was better. The funny part is they're pretty much ignored when they complain now. Wait, the Great War Redux dev, like the lead dev. I like how do you be like the lead of a mod and people just ignore you? They just they don't even care about you anymore, man. Like, Jesus. Wow. That's crazy. I wonder if there's any other TNO submods that like change portraits. Oh my god, I just found a scary mod. A worried Stalin. Stalin looks so scary here. I don't like it. So I just found a mod that makes Stalin like very worried. He's very stressed out. Okay. Show it? Fuck it. Okay, fine. Can I show my Steam without like me getting fucking doxxed? Yeah, probably. I should probably be fine. It's a black screen. Oh yeah, I can show it. Cool. Worried Stalin. Yeah, here's worried Stalin. He's worried. He's very scared. I got scared by it when I saw it on the homepage. I was like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? Bro is stressed out, dude. Doctor Strange of completely being the most dominant lesbian to ever exist in Peace Walker is so peak. People got tired of their complaining. Yeah, fuck that guy. You may want to change who wins in Iranian Civil War and game rule if you want to invade. Okay, I see. Cause I don't know nothing about that. I don't know who like we need to invade. I guess I don't know. Oh. Cause the princess person wins. Wins. When? Yeah, because I would like to take over everybody, and I don't know. Wins. Okay. Goring. Wild Ride. Boring moment. Hello, Polocus. Welcome on in. Okay. Results of being on the receiving end of Goring's Wild Ride. Okay, that's pretty funny. I was playing as Iberia, minding my own business, when I noticed like Goring has defeated Norway, then he defeats Switzerland, eventually completes all of Warplane A. At this point I'm getting very worried. Okay, this is kind of bad. This is from 4 years ago though. And I don't know what pass to choose, so maybe, I don't know. I don't exactly know, so maybe if I make everybody pro OFN, it should be fine. And then I can take over everybody. Technically, that would make it, like, harder, right? I don't really want to do economic collapse, chat, so I'm going to disable that. Because I'm like, okay, apparently you have to kill people in 30 days, and that includes countries like Switzerland. And it's like, Switzerland's really hard because it's just mountainous terrain. So I am going to be doing this a bit easier, but it's because I want to do the whole focus tree. Apparently they're going to do a focus tree as well, where if you can play as the guy who takes you over. What's his name? Shrona? Shrona? I don't know who this guy is. I think he's the guy who coups you if your economy collapse. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. I'm assuming Polocus knows who the fuck this guy is. Ferdinand Schorna. Ferdinand Schorna. Yeah, that guy. But they're adding a path for him, apparently. I don't know who the fuck that guy is, but okay. Very cool. That guy coups if economy collapses. I'm gonna be honest, what the fuck is a Xiaobao? Saibao? What is a Saibao? I don't know what that is, brother. Xiaobao? Shut your bitch ass up. Shut your bitch ass up is what it says to me. So, Lom, wherever you saw that, someone was telling you to shut your bitch ass up. Not me, someone else. I don't know if you're telling me to shut my bitch ass up either. I don't know, man. Just an acronym, yeah. To be fair, like, there's some that I never, like, ever learnt properly. Like, I always have to look it up and I go, oh, yeah, that's what I remember. Oh, okay, I never use it. What is it? Like, GNG. People shorten gang to GNG. Which is annoying. Or they shorten it to going sometimes. I'm going away. Yeah, like G2G I know. That's got to go. But yeah, there's a bunch. No, I saw it on memes and stuff and was confused. Yeah, there's a bunch that I just never understand. Schroner is basically general who thinks that Wehrmacht should be politicized. Wehrmacht, why did I pronounce it terribly? Wehrmacht should be politicized. I see. Fair enough. Now, eventually, Shad, I am gonna have to play the fucking, the Albert Spear and the Heydrich. I'm gonna need to play, like, all these paths, I think. Polocus will be like, you have to play the Spear path. Wait, which one does Polocus like? Do you like the Spear one or the Heydrich one more? Which one? GNG is the worst abbreviation with T's too. Like, you aren't saving time. Yeah. New slang, no slang. Start talking like a normal human being again. I wish. I wish, man. I remember like 10 years ago, not even 10 years ago, like 13 years ago when I was like 12. I made like a fucking petition to all my friends. I'm like, we have to stop saying bro and sis and cuz and all these fucking shortened words. We should use the full length words. Heydrich is good writing and fair end for Germany. Uh-huh. I see, I see, I see. Anyway, we have so much bullshit to read, which is fine by me. That's what these streams are. That's just me reading lore, I guess. So yeah, I like how this is, like, they show both versions. So obviously, Requiem, which is now the, Second West Russian War, Battling Ice. Fall Quilliat. The New Order, Goring's Wild Ride, by former and current, Goring's Wild Ride team. After a year-long wait, Goring's Wild Ride, the continuation of the first TNO somewhat, makes a return, now more needed than ever due to TNO's decision to remove Goring content fully in base mod. This mod fully adds back in all content associated with it with full functionality. We've also updated the path to fit more in with the current lore, as well as expected mechanics in places where content wasn't finished. With this mod, you will be able to play one of the largest trees in all of TNO, which ends in complete world domination. Only the best of players will be able to get off Goring's Wild Ride. Based. Also, if you hover over here, they have their own things. Guns will make us powerful. Butter will only make us fat. After the United States gobbled up California and half of Mexico, and we were stripped down to nothing, territorial expansion suddenly becomes a crime. It's been going on for centuries, and it will still go on. Of course, people don't want war. Why would a poor slob at a farm want to risk their life in a war when the best thing he can get out of it is to come back to his farm in one piece? What? I've been playing Injustice. Nice, base game. I can understand using abbreviation in the times when every character costed money, but fucking hell, now it's not good? Yeah, that's true. To be fair, I guess you're saving a little bit of time. If something can save you time, then it's fine. Like, BRB makes sense to me, right? Okay. 1962. I'll read all of this because I'm fine reading it. The New Order. With the triumph of the axis of the Allied powers, a new order has descended upon the world. In the places of Union Jack and the Hammer and Sickle, now saw the rising sun and swastika. A single light flickers desperately across the night in the United States. Germany celebrates the first man on the moon as Europe chafes and Japan lines its pockets as China's slumber slowly breaks. The Mediterranean lies on a knife's edge, and what remains of Russia prepares to realize its destiny. So I think there's a mod where you can do a bunch of, like, space shit, right? People are not very fond of Ghost of Yotai because one of the directors and protagonist VA celebrated certain dude getting shot. Womp womp, I don't give a shit about it. If anything, I think that's more based. But come on, guys, I'm a fucking most libertarian ass motherfucker all around. Come on now. Yo, the mailman is secretly far right, chat. I hate minorities. I hate women's rights. I love not having abortions. I know they said I love abortions, but but that's the opposite. Also, it's so weird to phrase it like that. I love guns. What else? What else can I say? Dude, do you remember the time when messages use memory? True. And opened Twitter yesterday, and the first thing I see is VTuber drama, and decided not my problem, and just play that. Fair enough, based. Yeah, I think there's a mod that lets you do space stuff. But it's only for TNO, not TNO Requiem. That's okay, like, I can play some TNO stuff that's good, or with some mods. Like, I don't mind, like, just always playing Requiem. Requiem doesn't exactly change anything. It's just the two fucking Russia paths. Like, that's it, so. Something about chat drama. Yeah, listen, I've been on it. I've been talking about it, but, like, I don't care. It's whatever. It's just interesting. I don't know. I don't want to talk. It's fine. I have a bunch of tweets about it. It's whatever. I just think, like, everybody was being a bit too mean on that person because they did say some dumb stuff, but also, like, everybody was a bit crazy. Yeah. IDK if Ghost of Yotai is good. I don't care. If Ghost of Yotai is good, then it's good. I can divide the artist from the art that time, not with Genshin Impact, seeing what the fuck the English VA for Keeking did. What did the VA for Keeking do? What the Jesus? Oh god. What did she do? But yeah, I don't care since I don't know that person. Yeah, I don't know who the person I ever was. She full-on defended a rapist on Twitter. Brother. Objection! TNO Requiem is not only two Russian paths, but also 1976 election in USA, and one non-important warlord in Kamchatka. Okay, my bad. Yeah, they do have their own sort of like bug fixes. They also do restore content. They're keeping some stuff that's gone removed, right? Like TNO Requiem lets you do the old Britain path as well, which is something. She got fired immediately after that shit happened. Good. That is good. That is good. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can lower my head a little bit. Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah. Cool. So by the way, chat, mainly to the Polocus and James, mainly to the Polocus, really, because he probably normally knows. I saw that Himmler can do the Kaiserreich or some shit. Himmler can bring back the monarchy? How is that possible? How can Himmler bring back the monarchy? Maybe it's like old content that got removed. I don't know, man. Anyway, so yeah, we're playing as Hitler, obviously, because we're doing Goring's Wild Ride. Holy shit, this is crazy. Okay. USA is a weird place. Anyhow, this is gonna be a long game, so have fun. What? What? Yes, I looked it up, Chad. Yeah. Like, I looked it up. Apparently, Himmler can bring back the monarchy. Let me look it up for you. I installed the, I installed the Helsing handguns and FNV. Okay, that's pretty based. Himmler and monarchy? I know it sounds crazy, Chad, but I saw it. I read it. They're so loud that in audio 30% of headphones, my ears rang when shooting them. Oh my god, just like a real gun, brother. Okay, I'm gonna... Let me see if I can find it. I have to, like, go find it again. Okay. Okay, yeah, this was from 1 year ago. Himmler is just 1984, banning books, central listening station, thought crimes, thought police, etc. He also genocides the most people. He's the only one that can do monarchist Germany, though. Like, what? Apparently you can do it. Himmler monarchist. It's possible. Oh, I see. No, chat. Okay, I looked. Okay, I know what happened, chat. My bad. I know what happened. I think I saw him do that in Thousand Week Ride, but I think James is right. So I was looking up TNO stuff and clicked the first link, but it's actually for TWR, not TNO. Okay, never mind. I'm an idiot. But I clicked on it thinking it was TNO, but yeah, it's actually Thousand Week Reich. There you go. Different mod. My bad. Himmler believed he was a reincarnation of a king, so not too far off. Man, I'm gonna have to play fucking Thousand Week Reich as well. Jesus. Dumbass. Like, listen. Okay, well, explain to me how in the 1000 Week Reich he can fucking do monarchist. That's a bit silly. Anyway, brief history. Once humbled by their failures in the World Krieg, Germany once more rose to prominence with the leaderships of Adolf Hitler in the 1930s. Thanks to the failures of the Allies, World War II has ended in complete German victory. Germany now presides over the most powerful empire on Earth, but despite a victory, Germany's control remains tenuous at best. Racked by an economic crash that has frozen the nation for a decade, and with a massive slave caste providing for the German people, the population has begun to protest. The nation is now trapped in a series of student protests and the machinations of the Deutschbank. And if I go over here, Adolf Hitler, dictator, PP plus 10. Okay, that's just his character, though. I can hold over that and, like, look at it. That's cool that the National Socialism shit has, like, a big thing as well. We'll get into the game, though, and read those first. What do you think of Rise of Radicalism update trailer? I don't think I watched the trailer, but, it is cool to see. So, yeah, eventually we're gonna have to, like, kill all these little Russia states. Like, fucking Jesus, man. Ay. Holy shit. Okay. Anyway. Oh, I do not want to go to Sweden. Sorry, Sweden. Okay, so let's go custom. How do you do custom? Here it is. Okay. No. Apparently Hungary has a civil war. So how do you make everybody like fucking OFN? Like, this seems really annoying to do all this. Fucking Jesus. Just found Pure Evil Wiki, and they have 2 TNO characters, Himmler and Derlwanger. Fair enough. based. Okay, so if I go down here, I can change stuff, I think. Oh, I have to, like, find the right rules. Here it is. Country paths Goring. This is for AI, so it doesn't actually matter. Yeah. I select this. But we can turn off nuclear warfare. You have to. Disables nuclear warfare. Why do we have to do that, chat? Because we have to. Or otherwise we can't finish the game. Like, you invade America or Japan and you just get nuked. And I'd rather us be able to, like, play the game properly than, like, you know, not be able to play it, right? I think that's fair. And then economic collapse we're also going to turn off. Because you only have 30 days to take countries, and I think that's ridiculous. You only have 30 days every time you invade a country to capitulate them. And I think that's a bit much. In Europe, it should be UK and France. Okay. But the militarist mechanic, I don't know what this one is. I don't know what the militarist mechanic is. I don't know what that one means. I don't know. I said a thing? Okay, so I just saw the messages. 15 plus countries getting new stuff in the Rise of Radicalism. Very cool. Europe, it should be UK and France and Italy. Okay. Accidentally speedrun Tales of New Reno 2. Bro finished it so quickly. Fair enough. Okay, so Militarist is easy, not too hard. Okay, so that one I can do. Obviously, I want nukes to be turned off, and collapse is a bit much. So, yeah. I think you should stick with random paths. Okay, random. Okay, I agree. The only thing that Hello, next Pokemon in. Thank you for the help. Check outward stretch. Inward stretch. Neck to the left. Neck to the right. Neck backwards. Neck forwards. Hydrate time. I have nothing to hydrate. I don't want to go get a drink. Don't make me, chat, please. So Pelocus, I agree, but James said that, like, some countries will, like, not, like, I can't invade them, apparently. So where is, like, Iran? Fuck, how do I find any of this, man? Where even is it, man? I don't even... Fucking Jesus, man. Oh my goodness. I don't even know, man. That's South America now, man. Central Asia. Here we go. No. Where the fuck is Iran, bro? Give me Iran. Am I stupid and don't know where Iran is? What is Iran listed as, man? Southern Urals. Here we go. No. There's all Siberia stuff. Oceania. North Africa. West Africa. Yeah, I don't even know, man. I'm too blind. Wait, what the fuck is there so much stuff being thrown? What the hell? What the hell-y? Got taken by the Black Dog Mercs, got arrested alongside Declan, pickpocketed the guard key, got my stuff, killed the guards, got Declan, now on my way to where Declan hid the documents, Lamau based. He's all sacrificing, Imperial State of Iran, get water, okay fine, let me set this up first, chat, where is the Imperial State of Iran, where is it? So Bryn Condon you can turn back on, which is pretty base. The arrival of Harmony shall be disrupted, what is this? What even is that? Superpower tension. Okay. I'll be honest, I don't work for Black Dog. I don't want to work for the Black Dog. Yeah, fair enough. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Imperial State of Iran. Where is it in the war? Does it count as Eastern Europe? I think it does. Okay. No, it doesn't. Okay. The Balkans? I would not count it as the Balkans. No, okay, good. Country paths other? Here we go. Turkey, Armenia. Where the fuck is Iran? What the fuck, man? Am I blind? Ay, ay, ay. It's near Afghanistan. Okay, I know that. Iran should be Arabian Peninsula, Central Asia, Middle East. Okay. Let's look for that, chat. Central Asia, yay! Nope, never mind. Here we go, Arabian Peninsula. Nope, never mind. Oi, oi, oi. We got like Italy stuff. And Saudi Arabia. Other options, Europe. Other options, Russia? Other options, Asia. Oh! No. I found Iraq, but it's Iran we're looking for, right? So I think James said, what did James say? He said the Dominican Republic and Iran. Yeah, okay. Am I just stupid? Iran Civil War. Yay, sorry. I saw Iraq, I didn't see Iran. I see, thank you. Sorry, my bad. Okay, so which one is the bad one? Imperial State of Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, Democratic Republic of Iran, Shahdom of Iran, Socialist Federation of Iran. Mel, you're blind? Yes, I am. Okay, I guess I'm gonna make them Democratic Republic? Because then they join America? Yeah, okay, cool. And then the Dominican Republic. Would that be in America? Imperial German Islamic Japan, yeah. I want people to not be German, that's the problem. If they become German, then I can't declare war on them, I don't think. Is the big problem. What the fuck is this? What is this quote? What is this next quote? I don't want people to be German, correct. Dominican Republic should be one of the American things, okay. PPLN? That's Haiti. Haiti, Bolivia, okay. Understood. The Caribbean? Dominican Republic, baby, we found it. Yep, coolio. Okay. Do I just pick Bonnelly, maybe? I don't know. I don't know who any of these fuckers are. Bonnelly and Bosch. Okay. Fate of Legion? They either succeed or they fail. The communist push succeeds? Is that what we say? Fail. Oh, okay. The communist push fails. Amazonium? What the fuck? Okay, cool. Save preset. Coolio. Can I go save new? Local. Save. Oh, here we go. TNO. Cool. Okay, well, I mean, everything else is still going to be random, so I'm going to get fucked over if they go OFN or not. I don't want to go through every one of these and be like, okay, make them non-German. No, wait, Legion succeeds? Okay, that's what I thought. The push succeeds. I don't get why, but I hate this map. It's like more reading than actual playing. You know what? That's completely fair, 6K, and I used to think that opinion as of like 1 month ago. Like, genuinely, straight up, I had the exact same opinion as you. I thought the exact same thing, and then I played one really good path, and now I'm too into it now. But I think, like, in terms of an actual game, like, I think Road to 56 is better. Or, like, Kaiser Redux is a... See, Kaiser Redux is good, but Kaiser Redux has a lot of reading in it as well, is the problem. Kaiser Redux is a bit of... is the best of both worlds, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. We'll save preset. Bam. Nope. Bam. Bam. Okay. Coolio. Okay, that's everything ready. Coolio, let's go start. Start. So, yeah. Oh. Okay. Thank you for the German. You changed Legion to succeed? Yes. Hello, Rai. I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well, too. That's cool that they demilitarize, like, all of, like, so much of France. Wait, is he sleeping? No? Huh? Was I, like, what? No, I'm not sleeping. I'm right here. I thought you were sleeping? No, it's probably, it's when I'm reading, like, chat, my monitor will, like, because I'm turning to my monitor to my right, it, like, it looks weird. Thank you so much for the follow, 6K. Thank you. Welcome on in. Did you know that Gorbachev Reich just means Greater Germanic Empire? Yes. It is just the German, the Greater German. I just call it the Greater German Reich. But Reich does mean Empire. My brain is able to translate Reich to Empire, like, traditionally. I don't like the Grubmention. That is too much. That is too much for my brain. Grubmention. You get my point. I literally would not be able to pronounce this word, like, at all, one bit. Now, the one thing about this path that we're about to play... So, by the way, 6K, I've literally only played TNO once, and it took us, like, a whole month. Not actually. Like, we played other games and did other stuff. That's the reason why it took so long. But over the course of 1 month, we played Omsk, the Black League, and, like, took over the whole world, and then made the world nuke itself. And that was genuinely pretty fun and cool, and I liked it a lot. So what's the Habs mail? I miss the old TNO lore. So this is a sub-mod. So we're playing TNO Requiem, and then we're playing Goring's Wild Ride on top. What the fuck was that anime girl? Chat, am I crazy? Did you see an anime girl there for a second? I saw an anime girl there. I straight up saw an anime girl there. You can't tell me I didn't. There was like a big-ass anime girl there. Yeah, which path are you actually taking now? Especially the Balkanized UK? Yeah, so with Requiem, I can play that, apparently. So maybe these are paths I'll have to play and I can enjoy. I just noticed the anime girl yesterday. Is either in Requiem or is in Goring's Wild Ride? I don't know, man. Those are the only 2 mods I have. In any case, we're playing Goring's Wild Ride, which is basically, TNO removed it. Basically, I don't know nothing about, this is the second country I've ever played, okay? Yeah. So we're playing as Goring, Hermann Goring, and he can take over the whole world. So, like, it's going to be a lot of reading, but it's also going to be a lot of, like, warfare, so I think that's fun. We get a lot of combat, you know what I mean? I'm not surprised there's an anime girl, that part, IDK. You know TNO fans are loving those kinds of anime things, especially Logi on the Fire Rises. Is that the China girl, the China AI that takes over the world? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Okay, well, strap yourselves in, chat. Yo, we get to read so much. End siege, the final victory. In all of history, many men have come to dominate Europe. Augustus Caesar, Charles V, Napoleon. Yet no man nor nation has ever laid their enemies low so decisively, nor governed with such evil a purpose as Adolf Hitler and the Greater Germanic Reich. With the world prostrated before her, Germany is master of Europe. The true extent of her power stretches far beyond her borders, for no corner of earth was left untouched by the Reich's victory or its consequences. Free to indulge in its National Socialist dogma, the Reich has spent the last decades striving for its brutal final goals, the making of an Aryan utopia and the exploitation and destruction of countless Untermenschen in the way. As Hitler ages, though, the trouble of this system grows impossible to ignore. Its constant structural cruelty, paired with complacent incompetence, has fractured the very foundation of the nation. What happens when the last bonds which tie the Reich together fade away? The Krieg. Germany's greatest test would come on September the 1st, 1939, when the jackboots of the Wehrmacht stormed across the Polish border. Within 2 years, the entire continent and far beyond was embroiled in the greatest war ever seen. What stunned most observers was more than sheer scale, however, was the utter and total success of the Axis in its fight against the rest of the world. Poland was the first to collapse under the weight of the Blitzkrieg, and numerous allied nations soon followed her. Finally, 2 titanic struggles broke out in Europe, more brutal and devastating than any campaign before, the gigantic battles of the Eastern Front and the slow grind of Operation Sea Lion. Even in the face of these enormous challenges, however, the Reich was unstoppable. The massive resources poured into Britain and Russia were not enough to prevent their collapse, and the atom bomb forced America from the war soon after. Hitler, once a destitute veteran in Munich, now had all of Europe in his fist. The Reich was victorious. My guess is that so did they nuke a country in this law? Sorry, a country? Did they nuke an American city? I wonder. They take over Asia and Australia, bruh. I've read the comments of people simping on Anime Girl and Logi. What do you think about the Fire Rises mod? I've never played the Fire Rises mod, but I know James really wants me to play it. I would like to play the Fire Rises mod at some point. When it comes to modern day stuff, I'm not as interested. That being said, I am kind of interested in playing Millennium Dawn now, because it's better. Like, it runs better now. It was traumatizing reading about the Anime Girl, bruh. What was this one? Male season Anime Girl. Oh god, Nick's clipped it to see I wasn't crazy. That's good. And then we're playing Goring's Wild Ride. I want to see it, so I know I wasn't crazy. There she was! Sorry, there she is! What the fuck was that Anime Girl? I knew it. Thank you, Nix, for proving I'm not crazy. Yep, even the creator of the character is disturbed by it. A new mod around the community which makes 2020 ask... Oh, I already know about Fire Rises. No, Millennium Dawn is still making your computer crash and burn. God damn it, man. What the helly? Fair enough, okay. For some reason, a 2000 start date is more interesting to me than a 2016-2020 start date or whatever. So I think Millennium Dawn did 2017 eventually, but they got rid of it now. And then Fire Rises is 2020? Yes? Yeah, 2020, okay. You need a NASA supercomputer for that. Yeah, you need like okay, so the problem with Hearts of Iron 4 and a lot of Paradox games on the Clawswitz engine... Also, let me change the music quickly. This is the default Hoi 4 music, which is cringe. Oh no, wait, what? Oops. How do you get rid of them? Oh, here we go. Okay, Chow, which music do we want? Songs from the Future, English. There we go. Coolio. We also have Radio, Kamchatka, Songs from the Future, Russian. So this is like songs in Russian. The official soundtrack. Yazov's tape recorder, okay. Nationals Radio, Prussen. Offentia Witch for Gwen. Radio Novosibirsk. National Philips Radio, Free Netherlands. Stimme de Abitur Europes. So the super events and that's it, okay. This music sounds nice. I like this. I also heard Sora AI being terrifying, and Logi is basically real now, but in Albania. Fucking Jesus. Yeah, she works as an anti-corruption minister, right? Yep. What the fucking hell, man? Oh, yeah, this world. You know what's fucked up? I know. Oh, it's so cringe. It's so cringe. The cringe reference. But, I watched, like, the first 2 seasons of Black Mirror, okay? And now there's, like, 7 seasons or some bullshit, okay? There was an episode that they did called the Waldo Moment. Let me look this up. I'm not crazy, right? Waldo Moment. Yeah, the Waldo Moment. Season 2, Episode 3 of Black Mirror. In which it's like a fucking animated mascot who becomes the Prime Minister. Okay? And this literally, unironically predicted... When did this come out? This came out in 2013! The 25th of February, 2013. And this predicted, like, fucking 6-7 years before VTubers in English in the West were even really popular. It predicted, you know, the whole VTuber shit. And, and all that stuff that we're getting. Like, Romania, apparently, like, an anime girl ran for the Romanian Prime Minister. And she wasn't even, like, a VTuber AI girl. It was fucking a Danganronpa character. Lom was telling me about it, and I remember seeing it as well. And this fucking Black Mirror Waldo moment episode predicted all of it to happen. Isn't that crazy? Albania is close to China? No, it's not, James. Albania is in Europe. What do you want about? Oh, you mean they're close to becoming China? I was like, they're not actually close geographically. I also heard Nepal has formed their election by using Discord. Yes, but that one's a bit more complicated. That one's not like cringe or edgy. No, they're friendly with each other. Oh, okay, that's what you mean by close. Okay. China's kind of being not cringe lately. I know that's fucked up to say. Yeah, China's got its problems. You know, fucking communism and the social credit and all that. I'm not like, oh, yo, China's epic. I love China. No, I'm not saying that. But, like, as of recently, they're like, very anti-Israel and pro-Palestine, and I'm like, okay, that's something, you know? You gotta give China a little bit, right? Smart writers will look at technology and current affairs and make predictions. It's how early Simpsons predicted the future. Apparently in 2000, Trump ran for president, which is why they made the prediction of him being elected. So Trump didn't run for president in 2000, but he was running for, like, a position in the Republican Party, which then, you know, rippled and expanded, and eventually, obviously, we get to the 2016 election, right? But a lot of people post that clip to say that they proved it, but it wasn't proven. It was literally already happening when they did it, right? And a funny song started playing when invading USA is Germany in this mod. Saving the World song started playing, bruh. Technically, it was running under the Reform Party. Sorry, my bad. My bad. Obviously, I was literally a child when that stuff happened, so I only know, like, residually. I don't actually know Trump's, you know, running shit in 2000. Yeah, I think, and I'm pretty sure that proved to him, and it proved to a lot of people that, like, a third party system, like, trying to do a third party in the United States is literally impossible. It just doesn't work. Trump during 1990, 2000 is very progressive. Power corrupts, and power corrupts, absolutely, right? Absolute power corrupts absolutely, as they say. Yeah, I mean, even, like, it's weird. I don't think it's power. I think it's more so ego and money. But I don't think everybody who has money is evil. Like, right, like, people try to... This is the fucked up thing. It's like, people are like, oh, Trump, Elon, arguably Bezos, you know, no less so, but Bezos included, fucking Mark Zuckerberg. Those two less so, just because they're not directly, like, yeah, they're still evil and fucked up and all that, but, like, not as much, right? People always point to them as, like, oh, see, money is evil, but then they go, oh, fucking Bernie Sanders has all this money, and he's a socialist, he's a hypocrite. And I really hate that. That's such a stupid thing. It's like, how dare you be a good person and have money? It's like, you can have money and be a part of the system that is not good for poor people, right? Capitalism, especially in the United States. And, like, obviously they try to use their money and use their you know, political standing to help people. I'm a Bernie simp. Bernie Sanders is cool, he's old, he's gonna die soon anyway. But I just think it's like a ridiculous argument to be pointing at the bad people and say, they make money, they're evil, and then pointing to the good people who have money and say, oh, they're being hypocrites, they have money, and trying to help people, they're evil as well. You're saying both sides are evil, you're saying everybody with money is evil, that's ridiculous. And then, but you yourself want money, and would you not be evil? If you had money? Like no, it depends on the person, the character of the person, right? What was I saying? I've gone through a few tangents now. Yeah, I like, with the 2000 thing, it proved very effectively that, like, same with Elon, it's like, you can't do a third party, it's just impossible, it's never gonna succeed. Fucked up enough as it is, sad enough as it is. You still friends with a certain person with a file? Yeah. And when people share the clip of Simpsons predicting him being president, they use more recent footage that the Simpsons made to mock him, but pretend that was a 2000s clip? Yeah, you're right, Nix. I remember, I got tricked by that. I got tricked by Homer going down the fucking, the escalator. But they literally did that, like, the week after, or the day after that Trump did that. Like, you know, but I thought it was, like, an old clip. This was 2016. This was when I was a fucking dumb child, right? I was 16 or whatever. So I was like, oh, what the hell? They did predict it. Cough Project 2025, cough, yeah. There was a Family Guy episode about this topic where Stewie is rich and does good with his money, but Brian becomes evil with his money and then blames the money. Can you please knock on a wood? Knock, knock, knock. My desk is wood. Can you please knock on a wood? I know Mr. Sanders is gonna meet his time, but please, I hate you being angel-tongued and making it true. See, the problem is, as much as I like Bernie, like, America doesn't like him, and thus, there's only so much a good person can do in a bad system, right? If the system is bad... Also, it's funny having this political conversation with this music playing. Kind of like it. Kind of like it. It's kind of chill, right? Mailman being political. Also, I need a DM Nix. I need a DM Nix with an idea I had. I'm sending you a direct message. Temporal Nix. Ah, 2016. That was an old time ago. Yeah. 9 years ago for me now. Jesus. In Red World, you can unite America as Bernie. That's cool. I like that. A lot of Americans actually did like him, but if I recalled correctly, his party essentially threw him under the bus so that Hillary could gain his votes. Yes, this is actually what happened, yeah. So she could beat Trump. It was said that if Hillary was thrown under the bus instead, Bernie would have won. Yeah, and see, that's a weird thing, and like, Bernie is able to play, like, a little bit of a middle ground, where, I guess, it was the same with, Biden. It's like, like, if you have to, you can appeal to the rich fucks, who, you know, don't really want to lose their money. Like, Bernie, as much as, like, I like Bernie, like, as a president, Bernie would have to play a bit more, like, middle ground. He can't just try and get everything he wants enacted. Like, you have to appease to certain demographics. Bernie is a modest politician. He's a social democrat. He's just under social democracy. Yeah. Yeah. See, this is the problem. Is like, you fucking talk to this about Americans, and they go, "Oh my god, communism," but it's like, no, socialism and communism are two different things, right? In a country like America, maybe not right now, but in general, right, like, socialistic policies are good, and like the way that the government and the politics and the system works is that you don't have as hard line of it, like, a communist stance. Like, okay, like, the reason why historically people will think communism is bad is because it was communist policies in a totalitarian regime, right? People often get like an ideology and economics mixed up, right? Communism like encompassed both. It encompassed how the political system worked and also how the economy worked. But they can be two separate things, right? They aren't inherently connected. And that's obviously how we branch out into socialism specifically, whereas socialism is purely about the economics and not necessarily about how the actual political system works and functions. I mean, Obama is a charismatic centrist, but he managed to make his presidency be radical and new. Yeah, just because he was, you know, the first colored president, unfortunately. That's, you know, what the right-wingers will say, anyway. Yeah, see, I don't think there's a problem to being a centrist, because, like, you can't... That's how you get stuff done. That's how you get both sides to sort of agree with you for once, yeah. And, like, it's just the hard facts of reality a lot of the time, right? But he managed to make his present. Sorry, I already read that. I was waiting for another message to come through. Anyway, sorry, I'm DMing Nix. Like, I keep getting distracted. Okay. I think since billionaires are causing the economy collapse, They should foot the bill for a universal livable wage, where you don't need to work and still be able to live, but can work to gain more money to buy luxuries. So, but funnily enough, that's what Bernie wanted to implement, the universal basic income (UBI). But America just says it's communism, so like that never gets actually put through really. I heard Sovereign Mamdani is getting more popular and people against him are getting desperate to stop the new brand of democratic establishment. Sorry, who is this guy? Is this the New Yorker guy? Yes, okay, good. Sorry, the name, I don't necessarily remember the name, but I know, like, the guy and all the stuff was happening. I like how they take the worst things ever to, like, try and make this guy out to be bad and evil and not good for America. They, like, were like, oh, he's eating rice with his hands. That's disgusting. We can't have, like, foreigners in our country like this. It's like, bruh, you are so extreme. Like, how to say you're a racist without saying you're racist? Am I right or am I right? This guy eats rice with his hands. That's disgusting. We can't have this in our country. Like, fucking Jesus, bro. You eat pizza. You eat fucking French fries with your hands. Oh, but we don't eat rice. It's a fucking, you're not following our culture, our fucking way of life here in America. You stole your country, Americans. It's not your culture. That was the Native Americans. Oh, anyway, whatever. Also, tanks are pretty good in Germany. Yeah, I'll probably have to do tanks for this. I always like my anti-air, anti-tank, artillery infantry though, because it's like fucking epic. No one ever uses it. You have New York mayor candidate, yeah. Hello Kitsu, welcome on in. America hates communism, but they love a Halloween, a day where I exchange my wealth for lollies to redistribute it to those who cannot earn it for themselves. Badass. I invaded the whole world with tanks. Nice. I'm just always bad at like producing tanks, but I'll try to produce tanks in this in this game. Okay, cool, yeah. Sorry, Chad. I like talking, so you're gonna have to deal with me talking before I play. And when we play the game, guess what? We're gonna be talking some more. Yay! Wow, lovely, beautiful. Yippee! Mailman politics. Yippee! See, I don't talk about politics much, but like I can talk about it because I'm not like a fucking Hassan or Asmongold ass motherfucker who's gonna say bullshit. And to be fair, I like Hassan a bit more than most people like Hassan. I do think he has very radical and stupid left-wing shit to say, but I'm not gonna, if I have to take one bullet to the head, I'd rather fucking Hassan than Asmongold, man. At least I know what side I'll die on. Also, I will forever call candy lollies because I'm Australian and it grosses others out. Yeah, because it's Japanese lollies. You spell it a different way and it becomes an issue. For me, I always considered candy and lollies to be different, and I know that's weird. So, like, lollies, I know this is a classification that doesn't exist, but my brain has classified it as lollies as, like, the soft ones. Right? Like, maybe like a marshmallow is like a lolly, or like gummy bears are lollies. But candy is like hard. Like it's like chocolate, but not chocolate. Like it's gonna be like stuff like that. I know that's stupid. I know that doesn't exist, but my brain has compartmentalized it in my brain like that. Heard there are rumors of military coup in my country. It consists of old retired generals. I thought lollies are the hard ones. No, see, I thought the other way. Yeah. Just like our Yowies and the new cryptid, I am naming the Yuri. The Yori? Yeah, so the Yowie, because obviously that sounds like the Japanese boy sex. Boy romance, rather. But yeah, Y-O-W-I-E. It's basically our Bigfoot, this motherfucker. Like, if I heard lollies, it was automatically hard. Yeah, my brain does it the other way. Also, a person with funny name joined the War to End All Discord. Okay, let me check. Let me see if I can work it out. Welcome. Funny Man. His name is literally Funny Man. Funny Man and Funny Man 2. With funny name. His name is literally Funny Man. Okay, okay. James is literally being accurate and correct. Why is Bonaparte here? Napoleon? Oh, Napoleon Bonaparte was the funny name. Okay, I saw a guy called Funny Man and Funny Man 2. Napoleon Bonaparte. True, it is Bonaparte. Why is Bonaparte here? It's kind of funny. Anyway, let's keep reading because, I'm talking to you guys, but I also have to read the game. Okay, so you're saying he was a murderous comedian? Yes. Okay. Al Krieg. Wait, how much of this did I read? The Polish border. Okay. Unknown total success of the Axis, in its fight against the rest of the world. Okay. Yeah, I think I read all this, didn't I? Yes. Okay, yeah, I was asking if in the law Germany nuked a city, an American city. Because it says they dropped a nuke on someone, that they got the nuke. But like, America left after they developed the nuke or something. Der Frieden. Wait, Frieden? A Journey's End? By the end of 1945, Germany was the unquestionable master of Europe. Her empire stretched from Marseille to Archangelisk. Alongside puppet governments in the west, brutal Reich commissariats were created in the east, cruel colonial governments which entwined greedy resource extraction with the final genocidal goal of Lebensraum, which is basically just like greater living area. It was this complete hegemony, I can never pronounce this word, hegemony, which further fed the bloodthirsty demonic machina, accelerating the deterioration of German dominance. Overlooked in the expenses, however, were the equally vast number of furious enemies organizing across the borders, as well as the increasingly distressing financial reports or cooling diplomatic relations. All at once, the walls fell in, the economy collapsed, Germany's distant allies severed their ties, and the West Russian Revolutionary Front surged over the eastern frontier in unthinkable numbers. The West Russian War had begun. Okay. So I'm not familiar with that. Like, I know that the somewhat is called Second West Russian War, but I don't actually know, like, a whole lot. I know that like, Stalin was dead, and they tried again, so this is, I guess, what I'm reading about. Yo, it's the most mysterious song on the internet! Yo, that's epic. That's nice. I like this song. People have been trying to ask stuff to lead Great War Redux dev on what end all Discord. They just ignore the question now. Lol. I also heard the Mexican president is enjoying his 80% popularity rate of her citizens for progressive laws and social funding. Yeah, and the problem with that is like the fucking cartels are like trying to kill her and other government people. Yeah. Der Kampf. The West Russian War could tear away the veneer of German invincibility with all the rage it deserved. The Heer, revered as home for so long, was routed by Russian Untermassen armed with inferior equipment and less resources. As the spearheads of the West Russians blew apart resistance, the East collapsed into total chaos. When German forces fled Polusburg, the thousand-year Reich teetered on oblivion. What do they mean by the Heer? Bavaria can make anarchist EU and rise with radicalism. Damn. In such a desperate environment, it was no surprise that the shadowy Heinrich Himmler and his SS would make an attempt to seize the reins of state. Ah, so that's why Germany fucking, like, Hitler hates him. However, the Heer broke up the conspiracy before it had a chance to fully fire, leading to the destruction and exile of much of the SS to the Odenstadt and the turning of the tide in the east. The front, exhausted by its push, finally ran out of steam and collapsed under the weight of the reorganized German forces. By the skin of its teeth, Germany had survived another close call, but the rot had been exposed and would not be removed so easily. Okay. Like, are they gonna talk about Goebbels was fucking, no, okay, the Heer just means the army, okay. I thought the Wehrmacht was the army, but okay, whatever. Still stand. The German Reich had survived its closest call yet. But the trouble which plagued it remained. With its eastern holdings in shambles and the economy in the gutter, it would take years for Germany's slave-driven economy schemes to even restore a stagnant equilibrium. Meanwhile, the Heer used its defeats as a way to divert even more funds to its bloated coffers while ignoring the troubles which plagued it. Hitler himself, weakening in strength, increasingly lost control of his four most powerful subordinates, Bormann, Speer, Göring, and Heydrich. So yeah, I think Goebbels gets, like, assassinated over here in Moscowian. The German eagle no longer soars, it trundles along, weighed down by its complete moral bankruptcy. Corruption, vanity, and wanton cruelty are the mottos of her administrators, and the increasingly desperate people seek any sort of solution for their woes. The hate which the Reich exports is finally turning inwards, and all that remains to hold the people together is a fading, senile Hitler. What will happen when his time is up? Then we have those who lead. Okay. I mean, one thing is certain, the world is moving forward, things are changing. Will society go along with it or resist it? The moon looks beautiful tonight. I looked at the moon before. We have a nice sky out here, at least in the countryside, because less pollution. Check in TNO Requiem Discord, new submod there. Wait, really? Oh my god, really? No, sorry, this one. Submods, yeah, there it is. Where is it? Souls of Stalinism is a mod that delves into the complex nation of two men and its unraveling political base. For now, it adds roughly 5 years of content for post-unification Kagnovich content. Holy shit. With one of its two successors, Pyotr Masharev. Okay. The other successor and Kusharev content coming later. Okay. They're still waiting to add more. That's cool. Holy shit, that's really good. That's epic. It shines bright as a whole. Here is army and well marked is defense force. My bad. Thank you, Polocus. Cool. This mod seems pretty good. This seems like another mod I have to play, man. Holy shit. Souls of Stalinism. A Requiem mod. Holy shit. You think in the future the wasteland of Australia could be turned into fertile land? So, funnily, it's funny that you bring that up, because there actually is like this big ridiculous plan. Let me try and show you. I'm trying to find a picture. Here it is. This is it. I found it. This is like the worst picture ever, but I found it. Okay, cool. Coolio. So this was like a plan to basically try and like create like a giant fucking like ocean river through the country. New main menu they revealed today for Raz Radicalism, shown today. Nice. So yeah, basically they wanted to try and like get the water to like go through the entire center of the country. And this was a plan proposed, but like this would cost like trillions of dollars. Obviously nowadays it would be more possible, but given like the technological advancement of equipment. But this would require like tens of thousands of workers. And take like decades to see fruition, right? So like it's a cool idea on paper, but like realistically I don't think it's gonna happen. I wish I could find better pictures for you. Here we go. Was this? Yeah. $200 billion secret plan to flood the outback. This is not the picture I normally see. I normally see a picture similar to the one I just showed. This one. But it normally goes like down to South Australia. There was another one where cut a river through South Australia through to Queensland, and I think it was proposed back in the 80s, I think. Like, I think, obviously, realistically, at some point you would probably have to do something to make it better, right? Maybe? To get more land being used? Yeah? That's just stupid, that one. That one just destroys half the population. Imagine Old Zealand re-emerge again this year. True. So, like, there is a secret continent, the Zealandia continent, right? It's, like, just under the water. Help me, I'm under the water. That would be concerning, yeah. So it is a cool plan. Anyway, let me see what James posted. That is a cool main menu, very nice. What was that one? That's the Raz Radicalism, right? See, I'd say it's too much mods to play. Now I'm really into TNO, so TNO is like the big thing, I think. For a while. In any case, I don't know. I still need to go get a drink. Let me finish reading all this stuff, though. Okay, he with purpose. Those who lead, he with purpose. He with power, the Führer is Germany, and Germany is the Führer. That is the party line, the truth, and the NSDAP set in the world, and that Hitler finally confirmed the course of the Second World War. When victory came, it did so in glory the Reich had not seen in close to a century. Her eternal enemies beaten, crushed under the greatest war machine the world had ever seen. Hitler became the linchpin of this glory, and to this day his name is written with any mention of it, alongside those innumerable crimes committed in the process. What followed was a decade of prosperity and power. The Reich stood as the unquestioned hegemon of the world, and utter despair and tragedy in the years after, where the people saw it all crumble to dust. The Führer is not there to notice, however, though his eyes still see and his voice still rasps. The sharpness and instinct is gone, and the strength is following. It will not be long until Germany's most consequential leader leaves it behind. Those within. Beyond Hitler's grasp lies the vast overgrowth of bureaucracy which dominates modern Germania. Bloated and fat on its blood-stained treasures within its concrete facade lies a morass of backstabbing and immoral ambition. In its political viper's nest, only the smartest and strongest men can thrive. Today's establishment politics are dominated by Martin Bormann, Hitler's right-hand man with a nose for power and complete lack of moral compass. His weaseling and conniving has firmly planted him as the leader of the conservative majority. He's not without challenge, however. Albert Speer, sharp schemer in his own right, has turned himself into a leader of those of Germany who cry out for reform to the broken system. If all was to go to plan, it would be one of these men who would become the next Führer, but every day makes it more and more clear that succession will not be so orderly. Those being outside of Germania means an ambitious politician has less opportunity to wheel and deal. The Volksschall's ending scheming means that avoiding the morass has its own benefits. Such is the idea for those who style themselves as the next Führer, dodging the swamp in favor of forging their own path to power. Hermann Göring, the charismatic ace of years past, has found himself the leader of the powerful militarist faction. His popularity with the citizenry grants him a widespread appeal, something Reinhard Heydrich, deputy leader of the SS, could not be further from. His power comes from fear and the shadowy backing of his superior Heinrich Himmler, though few see him as the next Führer, and that hasn't stopped him and his supporters from trying. These outside candidates surely believe in their ability to lead, but it may be more prudent for them to dust off their military experience first. If I recall correctly, one of the big concerns was the ramifications with the First Nation people, as we would need approval from them. Yeah, so many parts of the country, you're right. The update not out till December 19th. Okay, I see. Say, man, what is scary? Zombies mimic their former actions while alive when they find a survivor and smile widely at them since they haven't feasted on anyone for a long time. Probably the first one, because I think you're going to be scared of a zombie if it's eating you no matter what, whether it's smiling or not, right? But, like, if it's, like, you know, you see someone you know and they're a zombie and they, like, are acting like them, that's really fucked up, you know? Get what I mean? Those who command. In the chaotic, self-devouring nation of the Reichspolitics, little stands against the melee. Those proud defenders of the fatherland are no exception. While they portray themselves as supreme Aryan leaders and warriors, the truth of the matter is that the armed forces are as involved in the power plays and the scheming as any. The modern here is primarily split between moderate and militarists, respectively led by Hans Speidel and Ferdinand Schorner. On Spiedel's side lie men like Henning von Treschow and Dietrich von Sauken. Fuck these German names, man. United in their opposition to the blatant tinkering of the militarists. For their part, the militarists lay claim to men like Otto Römer and Hermann Göring, driven, ambitious bloodhounds who wish to reach glory through conquest. Both sides are inexorably opposed to one another, more focused on defeating their internal rivals and protecting the Reich itself. Will they truly be ready? Okay, now I don't think I need to check the mod info, but I don't really know how to do proxy wars. I'm hoping that they teach me when I do it eventually. Right? Probably, right? And then we've got nukes turned off just for the Göring stuff and the economy collapse as well. You can ignore the election thing because you do civil war anyway. Okay. Oh yeah, did you know the World Economic Forum, right? They are added as a country on the Fire Rises mod. They are so fucked up they chipped everyone with a chip to the brain. Fucking Jesus, to control everyone. Though, it's gonna backfire and revert everyone who is chipped into primal humans. Because you do civil war anyway when the angry German man dies. Yeah, but maybe you need to do it to, like, have more power in the war? I don't know. Okay, the army is extremely big. I'm not surprised. Let's do research. Obviously, with our research, we would... Okay, 6 years away. Okay, these are just for submarines, aren't they? Yeah. Radars. Okay, what about over here, then? Okay. Yeah, okay, our economy is just better than everybody's. Like, Jesus. Fair enough. Do I really need to build nuclear reactors? Probably not. Okay, instead of doing batch production, we do mass production. That makes sense. I'm not surprised. So no retention, it is what it is. I mean, I could, like, build stuff. Like, monthly pop there looks okay. Consumer goods production factor, thank you. Monthly pop, hospital, yada yada, okay. Everything else is, like, not... See, do I really need to build nuclear reactors? Like, is that something I need to build? I don't know. Holy shit, we have a lot of factories. Nuclear reactors. This gives you max buildings, local available resources, and local construction speed. Okay. I see. I don't know if that's, like, we don't need power, so, like, yeah. It gives you available resources and construction speed, though, which is pretty base. Can I build one in Germania? Yes, I can. Okay. Can we build infrastructure as well? I have no idea. I didn't really have any issues. It was called a catharsis event since the chipped humans are fighting for anyone or anything to feel real. That they are real, they want to feel emotions in one way or another, either blasphemy or barbarity. Sheesh, fucking hell. Well, I would like to build infrastructure first. See, my problem with this is, like, I always try to build infrastructure, and then it turns out that, yeah, so I think here we would, like, try to limit military production and focus on civilian, right? I don't know, though. That's what I normally do. Like, infra... No, I don't think you get any free infrastructure. Right, I doubt it in any case. Infrastructure, and then nuclear reactor. I like how we're building a nuclear reactor in our fucking capital. Hopefully it doesn't, like, blow up and kill everybody. I don't know, I just like the idea of building one. So I would say, like, okay, Civ's 40. Okay, if we do 20, 40, 60, then we have 3 that we're building. So what, 1, 2, 3, 4. 60, and so we can build like 3 things at once. Okay, that seems okay to me then. Infrastructure. Like, we'll obviously focus on like our immediate surroundings. But wait, do we have a 70 up there? Fucking Jesus! Like, look at this! Oh my god, man! Oh yo. Okay, we have a 70 we can work with. It's just really hard to see it. Hello, Kitsu. I said hello. You keep doing your basketball bad. See you bad, bad. Stinky! I'm not stinky! What the hell? Uh-oh, stinky poo-poo. Also, the country on that mod is called the world government, but only in Europe? What the fuck, mailman? What happened to your mail? What mail? What? Huh? What mail? Deal with it, thank you. What mail? What happened to what mail? Spin, eat the mail, baseball bat, stinky, deal with it, big head. Okay, Kissu's doing all of them, I see now. Kissu's doing all of them, badass. Oh no, did she do the freeze glitch? Oh no. Oh god. I got shocked that you got treated as a ragdoll and experiencing spin. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, oh no. And your model broke? Yeah, I think the model is broke. Maybe it's fixed. maybe Kitsu fixed it. Fingers crossed. Who knows? Who knows? Kitsu is using up all the points right now. Based. Very based. Am I just dead on the ground right now? Can I even, like, show my body, man? I don't even know. Oh, yeah, I'm alive! Okay, that's good. So apparently if you beat me enough, I fix myself. Isn't that badass? So for some reason you only have max 90% infrastructure. That's interesting to say the least. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here and go to here. Hamburg. I like how you can do individual cities, right? Like, that's kind of cool, I guess. That being said, we're trying to build thermonuclear. What if we build... Okay, where can we build stuff? Weltstadt, Germania, okay. Okay, we need to build a school and an office, apparently, okay. School and an office. Okay. Oh, so I wouldn't actually do Hamburg, I'd have to do Sasha next. And office. There we go. I have 200k plus points, fair enough, understood. Damn, your misery is there into entertainment, indeed. I have 55k channel points, if you beat male enough, you get fixed. That is true. Also, get water, yes, okay, I'll get water, I'm just trying to set up everything first, right? So we have the 60 going... right there, and then as much meals as we can as well. I have to do research first. Okay, so I guess we can do nuclear reactor construction speed. Nuclear reactor, state level 2. Synthetic. State level 3. Thermonuclear, synthetic. How can we build state... Okay, we can't even... State level 2, okay. Okay, whatever. It's payback because he always bullied me. I don't try to bully you, what the hell? Okay, obviously we'll take our whole army and we'll put them in the capital. I'm gonna have to sort them out and everything, but it's fine. Does it matter who we pick? Okay, well, can we pick Goring? Is Goring here? Probably not. I wonder who sticks with Goring. There's a lot of fuckers here. Sheesh. Yeah, I don't know who actually sticks with Goring is the thing, though. I don't know. Those are some pretty good stats. Sheesh. 5 attack. Wowzers. 4 planning as well? Sheesh. Okay, you should pick one of these guys. Max planning. Max planning plus 10. Okay. He has planning speed minus 20 though. I don't like that. Plus 10? Shorner. Okay, well Shorner... Okay, we can do Shorner because he technically works for Goring. That makes sense to me. And we won't do fucking generals yet because I have to sort it out. Yeah, he's always bullying the Kitsu. Say, Mail, do you think in the future there's going to be a mod in Hoi 4 where you can now zoom in cities, districts, and municipalities, and by using a real-life location, it'll be also interesting if you can build a hospital or command soldiers? Like an extreme micromanagement mod for anyone who wants to micromanage? I remember, like, Tommy K talking about a cool idea like that. Where, like, on the macro level, you have all these, like, big maps and you're fighting countries, but then you can zoom in and, like, say, for instance, like, you go to, like, where is it? You go to fucking, Stalingrad. What did they name Stalingrad in this world? Stalingrad. That's not Stalingrad, that's India. Wherever Stalingrad is. Stalingrad would be, like, down here somewhere, right? Am I crazy? Where is it? Is it Polseburg? Yeah, I think this is Stalingrad, right? I think this is Stalingrad, right? Yeah? Probably. In any case, yeah, I think... yeah, like you could zoom in and actually, like, fight it like a Call of Duty match or some shit, right? To be fair, if you go here and you click on this little state... Oh, no, we don't have anything here. Oh, wait, no, wait, if I click... No. Here we go. So we have a little thing here we can read. But this is the closest that we've got, right? In some other mods, you can build, like, monuments. Like, you can build, what do you call them? Like legendary things, like you could, like, well, not build them, you can upgrade them. Like, you know, the London has like the fucking, what's it, the fucking Big Ben and all that. Paris is the Eiffel Tower. Okay, we have to collect all that planes as well, man. Fuck. City wonders, that's what it. Yeah, thank you. That's the word I was trying to look for. So, like, they're already built, because normally they are, like, in history, they're already built, but you can, like, upgrade them and make them level 2, level 3, level 4. Does Paris still exist? Yes, I don't think... Hitler very famously did not want to destroy the Eiffel Tower, because he thinks it would, like... Like, okay, Hitler's... I mean, obviously Hitler's very evil and fucked up and a hypocrite in a lot of ways, but also... he didn't want to destroy monuments, because, like, it would make him look like he's destroying culture. Yeah. Could you imagine if someone accidentally docks themselves in playing the said mod? What? Oh, like I live here? True. Look at all these cities, man. I have to say, see, I used to hate this map, but like I kind of like it now. Also, I like how you can see Czechoslovakia here. Crazy. Anyway. I wonder how many cities we can look at in, yeah, so Hamburg has a city. What about Hanover? Okay, fuck, there's so many cities to look at, chat. Oh no, they all have fucking, like, things I can look at. Oh no. Does it matter, chat? Does it really matter what things I look at? No. I'll try to read some of them, but, like, holy shit. What do you think of the UI now? I actually tolerate it. I'll be honest, I actually do tolerate it a lot more. Not going to lie. So I don't know how much mills we have. Like, we're gonna have to, like, fix up everything and all that, but yeah, it's whatever. Okay, max planning, flexible cohesion, train. Mind you, we don't have any army experience, so we probably would need to, like, fix all of this up with so much divisions. We're not allowed to train anything right now, anyway. Missing equipment production. We're not producing cast, tactical, or strategic. Really? That's really weird that we're not doing that. Basic jet fighter, interceptor. Okay, okay. We are producing helicopters, so that's pretty based. Okay, okay, fine then. Okay, we have no military factories. What? Yes, we do. I probably have to, like, save and reload. Okay, that's fine. Free dockyards? Fucking jeez. Okay. Oh, fuck, I have to get the Navy. God damn it. Like, imagine the chat is being suspicious of the streamer, like, why the streamer knows close areas and side areas. True, that's a good point. Also, you had a keypad in the corner where you were blocking. Also, the toolpack works in this mode. Okay. You would get a keypad in the corner where you were blocking. Wait, a keypad? I don't have a keypad here. I know how to look for cities. I know how you can type for things. But I have a ledger thing. I have this. Uh-huh. I don't know about a keypad though. Imagine someone makes a mod, but in modern day Australia, that'd be pretty based. Sadly, I don't think Australia is ever gonna, like, get too much content, really. Foreign policy, oh my god, Jesus. What the actual fuck is this? So obviously we have the economy. Okay, I know how the economy works. So what you need to do is turn off army spending. Okay, because it doesn't actually help, right? This just gives you, like, some stability and war support, but, like, this doesn't help you in not wartime, okay? Right, now we're making a bunch of money, so now I can, like, increase healthcare, education, administration, and science. Okay, we are losing a bit of money, which means we're probably gonna need to... fix up something, right? Science is always my favorite one, though. That's the problem. So probably lower social, maybe. Just so we're gaining a little bit of money. There we go. There we go. Okay, we're gaining. And then we can change our inflation law. Press off the presses. No, I think we, reducing inflation by 0%. So if you click this, though, it will eventually lower it, which is good. When I played the game for the first time, I saw keypad. I think Australia would be a good country to start with for that hypothetical mod. I think it'd be cool, because we're a small enough country, yeah. When I didn't turn that off, I just ignored economy. Or you have to pick, like, a really big city, like fucking, like, a London, and just do, like, the most intricate, like, city management ever, right? Okay, so there's no MIOs in this mod, thankfully. I'm happy with that. Okay. Available planes and reserves? Holy shit, we have planes that we can use? Jesus. Oh my god, man. Wow. Holy shit. But we're probably gonna lose this when we go to war, aren't we? Oi, oi, oi. I didn't know what keypad did, Lamau. I know if you clicked, like... This is, like, for the music. Sorry, here we go. This is, like, for the music, I think. I don't know, though. Is that the thing you're talking about, James? There? Yeah? That's the thing? That? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's just for the music. I don't know. I don't really know what it does, though. Oh, yeah, and economist streamer of mine is diversifying their investments since their economic professor is going to predict that the US is going to suffer a hard crash by the fourth quarter. It doesn't help the fact that gold is more valuable. Gold is more valuable than the US dollar. It is. Gold is very good right now. And I'm in Australia, by the way. Am I allowed to talk about IRL stuff? Yes, I'm allowed to talk because I'm my own man. I'm my own big boy pants. I put my pants on in the morning and I can go poopy and I can wipe my bum by myself because I'm a big boy. So yeah, anyway, in my IRL job, we're branching off into selling, like, prospecting gear. So, we're going to be selling, like, gold detector, like, metal detectors, but, like, specifically for gold. And all that other stuff. So, like, how gold works is, like, you mainly, like, get, like, little tiny powder stuff. You're never finding a chunk of gold. You're never finding a nugget of gold. That's so, like, ridiculously, like, hopeful, right? Also, I just realized we're $262 billion in debt. Fucking Christ almighty. We need to be paying off some of that, you know what I mean? Jesus. But yeah, basically, like, you kind of, like, you have to, like, get all these gold particles, and, like, you mainly get, like, a bunch of sand and dirt, and you sift through it until you get, like, the little gold flecks, and then that sort of builds up into, like, actual proper gold. Such a big boy, look at you, you can put your own pants and go poopy in your own good jaw. Yeah! Yippee! Yahoo! But yeah, gold is doing really, really, really well in my country right now, because, I mean, famously, people should know this, like, you know, in general terms. like the gold rush in the 1800s. Like, Australia was really big for that, right? We had entire towns just dedicated to, like, mining for gold. In fact, I saw a news article recently where someone bought an entire town for only like $150,000. I know that's a lot of money, okay? I'm not, but like, if for buying a whole little town, it's like it looked like New Vegas at Good Springs. Some guy bought a town in Australia that looked like Good Springs for like $150,000 because it was in the middle of nowhere with no resources. No one owned it. No one wanted it, right? So it would be a logistical nightmare to, like, maintain it and fucking have a good life out there. Right, but they bought it for cheap as fuck, man. Keypad not for music, because radio on top. Also, you can move the numbers around. Huh, yeah, I have no idea what it is then. Maybe it's, like, selecting your favorite. See, it's here, though, but it only shows up when you click on the music. You know what I mean? So I would think it has something to do with music, but I don't know. Imagine by some miracle China and North Korea discovered new kinds of earth metal never seen before, which exceeds iron on their durability. That'd be pretty badass. Pretty based. I'm talking about the thing at the bottom behind you. What? No, okay, yeah. I know, but okay. The only way for the number pad to pop up though is if you click the music button. So you have to click the music button up here and then click the little checker box, and then the checker box opens it up, the number pad. So that means I would have to think this connects to music, but I don't know. Oh, I just realized it's a puzzle. Oh. I think it's a puzzle. How do you move these around? It's like a puzzle, okay. It's a mini-game puzzle. It's like, okay, it's just a little mini-game you can do. Okay. I get it now. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's one of those little... It's one of these games. You can, like, try, like, to get all the numbers in the right order. Yeah, it's just a mini-game, James. Okay. Why did they add this? Why did they add this? Sorry, chat. Now I'm, like... Now I'm, like, into this mini-game. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God, chat, you're blocking it. I can't see. Okay, wait. No, I have to get that one down. Fuck. Oh, no. Okay, I don't care. I don't care anymore. Sorry. I'm done playing the mini-game. I wonder if a game gonna tell you number. No, it's just a mini game. Like you know them moving the pictures around kind of puzzle. Also, revolutionary trigger technology resist renaissance. Also, China now can make a super glue. This number thing does nothing. I think it's just there to kill time. Yeah. But China now can make a super glue that could heal a broken bone. Yeah. I've been seeing everyone post about that. Fracture for 3 minutes without using metal plates anymore. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. China's popping off, man. I think China, like, in the modern day is actually doing quite well. Anyway, sorry, I'm looking at all the stuff, chat, because, you know, I like to look at all the stuff, okay? And we're making a little bit of money, and that's gonna pay off debt. We want to pay off debt, okay? Because we're $262 billion in debt. I need to make a save and then reload. I need to go get a drink and then just read a bunch of stuff, chat, because we got so much shit to read, chat. We got this. We got these focuses. We got fucking, the fuckers here we can read. Oh, yeah. We got the NSDAP we can read, I think, right? Yeah, we've got fucking Germania we can read. We got the focus we can read. Thankfully, we have no decisions right now. We're doing our research. There's no experimental facilities. I think we also have this foreign policy, whatever the fuck that is, man. Oh, yeah. Subjects you can't manage, which is good. Occupied territories you also don't really need to do. We're not even allowed to change garrison template. Sheesh. Okay. We can only envy China and yearn for such technology to elevate our lives. True. Oh yeah, people angry at Crunchyroll again. Yeah, I've been seeing some shit about them, right? They've been doing some fucked up shit. Where's the capital in this country? Here we go. They don't even have one, yeah. Just Himmler is being chillin', I guess. Okay, Brussels does have a thing. What is this little... Okay, Nunzig. What is Nunzig and why is there no, like, thing to read about it? Nunzig. City in France. It's Nancy. Okay, my bad, yeah. Uh-huh. Foreign policy are the proxy wars for which you have to spend PP and command power. So, Polocus, my question is, do I need to only save up PP? Is this a forever save up political power kind of game? Foreign policy and enforceables for which you have to spend PP and command power. What did Crunchyroll to do make folks angry? They're using AI for subtitles, and the AI is Israeli. Yep. I think a lot of that there is a lot for proxies. Okay. Oh yeah, P. Diddy got sentenced for 50 months in jail for his freak shows. Bro, only 50 months? Fucking hell. Every country in TNO is save up PP thing. Fucking bastard. Fucking bullshit. To be fair, you can't spend political power anywhere else. When you're playing as Omsk, you were able to spend it on, like, improving your economy, but you're obviously Germany in this game, so you don't really need to do it. Okay, so I'm gonna make one game. Bam. And then reload so we can trigger my, factories. Trust me, chat, trust me. I know how to do this. It's called, it's a Hoi 4 thing. Starting the wild ride, badass. Like, I still, fuck, chat, we've been playing for so long and, like, have not done anything, but I like talking to you guys. That's what these streams are about. It's about me talking and then eventually playing the game. I don't have to play the game, chat. It's fine. It's all good. This game is just me talking, to be fair. Like, TNO is just talking. But I love it. I want to edit my, my Requiem, my, Omsk video. So I can, yeah, here we go, coolio. Oh, fuck, I forgot to do Navy. Fuck me. Okay. Obviously we're just gonna Giga Stack. So I think there's a way to, like, click all of this. I forget how to do it, though. I'm just gonna select them all manually myself. There's a quicker way to, like, merge them all together, but I don't know and I don't care. Bam, bam. Yo, Karl Donitz! Sorry, I know Karl Donitz is not exactly, like, the greatest German ever. Like, he was still pretty evil and fucked up. But I'm pretty sure, like, at the Nuremberg, they're like, yeah, he's fine, let him go. That guy's fine. I think he only served 10 years in prison, if I remember correctly. It sounds like your mic is pounding? Wait, really? Sorry, it's a bit far away. Hello, hi. My mic is a bit far away, just because, like, my desk setup. I don't know how to explain it. Huh. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. It's the mailman speaking. It's me, the mailman. Hi. I just, it was a bad bottle making noise. Really? Huh. What about now? Is it okay now, chat? Do I sound better? Do I sound better? Do I sound better? Do I sound better? I thought. Do I sound better, chat? Do I sound better? Do I sound better? See, at this point, I'm just gonna have to... Yes, you fucking sound better. I'm sorry. Oh man, I suddenly remember when I forgot to mention what PP means on my non-Hoi 4 friends. They all look at me and smirk and tell me why they never knew I was interested in PP, which means male genitals. The embarrassment I felt when they misread that word means true. The PP, the Hoi 4 PP. See, I could try to set up the mic a bit differently. I think it's just my desk. I'm bumping my desk, and everything on my desk is being bumped around. Because I'm too fucking, you know... what do you call it? When I bump my leg all the time, I don't know. I'm always shaking. I'm shaking so much, chat. But I don't know how else I'd set up the mic better, so I don't know, man. Because if I put the mic like that, it's gonna roll over and fucking fall off. I don't know, man. When I talk about Hoi 4 with my friends, we say, hey, Pepe. The Pepe! Haha, the Pepe. Or the PP? No, that's just what you normally say, isn't it? Okay. I noticed you were very hyper when playing your favorite games. This, Batman, Yakuza, Fallout, obviously, Fallout. Yes, I talk a lot more. Like on a sugar rush? Okay, chat, I've been trying to cut coffee. Today I only had one coffee, okay? So leave me alone, please. I'm trying my best, okay? I'm actually, like, having, like a cold turkey now. It's not really cold turkey. And so I was looking up Karl Donitz. So yeah, didn't he only get, like, 10 years in the fucking Nuremberg? I can't remember. Yeah, 10 years. Like, Karl Donitz was like, eh, forget about him. In Poland, we say P as pay, not pay. Pep. Oh? CPU may be upgrading for his 7600X. Okay. So you're a caffeine addict? Okay, chat. In my defense... Also, who's Eric Top? Top, man. In my defense... This guy has better stats. Spotting speed, submarine attack. Huh. In my defense chat, I actually, the only thing I'm addicted to is coffee. Sorry, Kitsu meant, Rai, yes. Rai1521, yes. Oops, sorry, yeah. Kitsu's trying to say, yes, I'm a caffeine addict. Chat, of all the things that I could be addicted to, I think caffeine is the best thing. I learned a Polish word called children as shitlings. Oh yeah, Polokis has been telling me about that one. He's mentioned that one a few times. Haven't you, fucking Polokis? The shitlings. Does Konigsberg have a... Oh my god, there's so much bullshit I have to read. Which I want to read, but still. Like, I have to fix a few things. Insufficient resource of rubber? No, that'll be automatic. It's fine. 3 dockyards? Okay. This one's nearly finished. We'll finish in, like, a couple days, actually, which is pretty based. Okay, but it has to go to this. Okay. What is that we're building, actually? We're building a Adler class. Okay. Go up here. Make this 12. Thank you. I guess we could build fucking another carrier. Okay, that is the carrier. Okay. That's like the best carrier ever. Okay, what about some battleships? Oh my god, these battleships are even fucking worse. Holy shit. Oi, oi, oi. Okay. It's probably gonna take a while to build them, but you know what? We'll build them. I love that word. Ksholim Gowanzi, and it suits them. Go Gowanzi. And yeah, new PC built by January, and then I pick up Yakuza in February. Very nice. Yakuza 3, boys. Oh my god, Yakuza 3. Chat, I wanna... Chat, you don't understand. Chat. Listen, chat, is this real? Chat, is this real? I've been using every fiber of my power, of my being, of my consciousness, of my fucking body and mind to resist playing Yakuza 3 Remastered. You don't understand, chat. That's why today I was like, oh, I'm very tired, I'm very wacky, whatever, loony. I'm very like, bleh. I was like, oh, I don't want to have 2 nights off in a row not streaming. But then if I can sit down with Hoi 4, I'm like, okay, look, we're doing Goring. If I do TNO, I get to talk to you guys, I get to have fun, I get to chill. And so we're doing this. But like, that's the problem. It's like, if I'm not playing a game that I'm really into, I kind of lose sort of, I don't know, focus, I guess. Thoughts on Ghost of Yotai? I heard it was a new Japanese game. Yeah, it's a sequel to Ghosts of Tsushima. And it's really good, apparently. Ghost of Yotai looks really good in my opinion, but Tsushima's still better. I also heard Japan elected their first female prime minister, though. So she's very conservative and very friendly to far-right Japanese organizations. That's something that's really fucked up and weird, by the way. A lot of the time when the first female prime minister gets elected in countries, they're always, like, really fucked up and evil. So here in Australia, we didn't have one until, like, 2010? Or 2009, something like that. Her name was Julia Gillard, and she was not the best. She was part of the Labour government, which is, in my opinion, the good government here in my country. But she was really, like, conservative in terms of the economy, and very much was like an America bootlicker. Like, she overthrew the last prime minister. Like, she outvoted or whatever. They fucking got rid of Kevin Rudd. And Kevin Rudd is the OG. Kevin Rudd was the top G. He was a badass motherfucker. He was so based. He was so good. Because he was basically like, America, we would like to own our own fucking mines. Can you please stop building military bases in my country, America? And then America's like, hey, can you guys kick him out? Can you guys... We don't like this guy. He wants to be pro-Australia for Australia. And then they kicked him out, which was really fucked up. Anyway. So yeah, and then I'm pretty sure, like, the lady in Italy, the Italian Prime Minister, she's fascist as fuck! She hates all the minorities! The Italian Prime Minister sucks! She's terrible! Oi, oi, oi. W Japan, bruh. Cost. Margaret Thatcher. Also, Margaret Thatcher's a good one. I don't know how good or evil the New Zealand Prime Minister was. New Zealand female PM. This was in the 90s. No, I want first female Prime Minister, please. I think the New Zealand one was maybe okay. I'll check. The 36th Prime Minister from 1997 to 1999. She was the first female president. She led the National Party? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was conservative and fucked up. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Every single first female Prime Minister is like evil. I'm telling you. Oh yeah, he was dismissed by the Governor General, right? No, you're thinking of the guy in the 1960s, right? No, Kevin Rudd was like ousted by his own like government, by his own cabinet. But that was because Julia Gillard played like, did dirty deals behind people's backs, right? I mean, she's a Mussolini. Yeah, she's like Mussolini's granddaughter. Yeah, literally. Oh, buddy, the Irish and Scottish hated Thatcher. They celebrated her death. The wicked bitch is dead or some shit. What is that one? The wicked witch is dead. I remember seeing the wicked witch is dead. Margaret Thatcher. It was like a meme thingy. Yeah, here we go. Jazza John. Is this the one?
On the 8th of April 2000.
No, this is not it. Something like that. I remember seeing like an edit video. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Thatcher. Here it is. Margaret Thatcher is dead. A Bruno Porowski classic. Yeah, this is the guy.
Margaret Thatcher is dead. Ding dong, the wicked bitch is dead.
This is too good, man. It's too good.
It's a shame the bitch didn't die 87 years ago.
This is the guy who shoves things up his ass, by the way, if you know that.
It's a shame that the IRA didn't kill the bitch.
This is a bit much. Like, I would obviously never tolerate, like, political violence, obviously. I'm just saying this is funny, okay? That's all I'm saying. But yeah, this is the guy who shoves stuff up his ass. Object that I've shoved up my ass. A Bruno Peruski classic, yeah. It's the same guy. No one mourns for the wicked. Depends on how wicked, right? Like, depends on the definition of wicked, I guess. Okay, I need to put some more mills somewhere. I don't really need guns. Basic artillery, basic anti-tank, leopard, the leopard tank based. Motorized, jet, interceptor, attack helicopter. It's really gonna tell me I need to build more planes. Short range? Okay, ICBM, which one? So, I think the ICBM does more damage, doesn't it? Yeah, it has more agility and it has more damage. So, I think we should... Yeah, okay. It's just reliability, range. Who cares about the reliability on a missile? That doesn't make sense. What does agility even do? Oh. John Wick? True. First thing I'm doing in Rise Radicalism is Britain, and also Texas is getting content, they said. Okay, that's cool, that's cool. Chat, should I build ICBMs? Yes or no? Are we building CAS? Interceptor, fighter, attack helicopter? No, we're not building CAS. That's stupid. Basic jet CAS. 1. Yes. Okay. And then I'll build intercontinental ballistic missile. And then... probably strategic bombers as well, but I don't know. Are we building trains? We're not building trains. We need to build trains. Where are my trains, brother? Freight locomotive. That's the word. I couldn't remember that word earlier in the stream. Locomotive. Okay. Support, artillery, anti-tank, jet, attack. Okay, we don't have a lot of stuff. We need to build probably... basic anti-air. Yeah, up here they'll be like, yo, bro, you're building basic anti-air, but you don't need to build basic anti-air, bro. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Austria 2? Oh yeah, you know a certain commentator got irked in a university? Yes, I specifically remember finding it out when watching a Minecraft livestream. The other is during 2021. When the Capitol got stormed, it was spammed by other chatters and moderators, and after the stream ends, I learned the news. See, okay, I just woke up and everyone was talking about it, but like, I remember when Donald Trump got like shot in the ear, I saw some people like find out like from a VTuber stream, which was funny. German High Command explaining to Goring why he should bomb the fuck out of a random mud hut in Italian Africa. The second time it has occurred to me, I hate to return the third time. Okay, there we go. We're building stuff, chat. Okay. It's been 2 hours and I've not even started playing the game. I'm gonna go get a drink, chat, because I have to hydrate myself. And then we have to read like 50,000 fucking things, and then we're gonna play the game, okay? Don't worry, I'm probably streaming along tonight. In fact... Okay, cool, yeah. Okay, I'll be back, chat. Bada bing, bada boom. Hello, chat. I'm back. Hi. Oh yeah, thoughts on the next DLC expansion? Hello, Ryan. No, sorry, I'm still here, Ryan. I didn't leave. I went to go to BRB. Mailman, where is my mail? JK. Hello, Axo. I hope you're doing well. Do I have to do my regular thing? The mailman is not affiliated nor associated with any courier delivery services such as Amazon. Oh, UPS. Sorry, I just... Also, you check out the World War One mod vid that me posted? No, I did not watch the video. But I saw you posted it. Yeah, I remember Polika saying something, it was like a multiplayer mod. It was like a multiplayer World War One mod or something. Here is the video. They link the mod in there. What? Where is... Oh, in the comments. The Great Kerfuffle. This is an edited, continued version of the Great War. Please want to check out the original. The AI still needs some changing. Just some civ greeting until 1914. Some important nations not creating divisions for their war. Okay. So it does seem like an okay mod. It's basically just a Great War Redux, but like... you know, their own stuff. Okay. Also, I have some hydration, so I can finally do the hydration check. There you go. Hydration. I would searching with stretching 11 8 around it. You gonna do it again? Fine then. Fine. Okay. Back to the reading chat. Okay. Let us read this one. Germania. Welthapust... I can't even read this word. Welthapustat Germania may look like the shining fruit of the Führer's labor, but its roots run deep, as does the rot infecting it. Hundreds of meters below Speer's elegantly designed promenades and Hitler's megalomaniacal symbols of his will, great concrete and steel superstructures groan under the weight of the Welthapustat, while bombs run round the clock to keep the swamps of old Berlin from swallowing the Führer's vision. The tremendous and classified cost of reshaping Berlin far exceeded even the plunder of a dozen nations, and outside the whispering grand halls of the city center, the Berliners of old still live like before Germania's rise, or in cheap apartment blocks for the unemployed masses. Okay, that's the only one I'm gonna read, because I have to read all this stuff. Adolf Hitler, Dictator. How does one begin to define Adolf Hitler? Führer and Reichskanzler of the Greater German Reich? The undisputed tyrant of 19 countries, the architect of Weltsput Germania, supreme commander of the Wehrmacht, Führer of the National Socialist German Workers' Party, and Time Magazine's Man of the Year in 1939, 1946, and 1961. A man of humble... 1938, my bad. A man of humble beginnings, the son of Austrian innkeepers, he was educated in Munich and Vienna, and served a distinction of the German army during the First World War. His rise to power was meteoric, none can deny, and even failed attempts like the Bierhul Push served only to further his ambitions. His combination of violence and showmanship drove the communists and Democrats out of the Reichstag and placed him into the highest office. Under his leadership, Germany broke the chains of the Versailles Treaty, developed a terrifying new military, and forced the other nations of Europe to their knees until the swastika flew over all of Europe, from the shores of the Atlantic Ocean to the Baltic Sea. Under his guidance, the Reich built wonders such as Germania, and under his watchful eye, the undesirables of Europe were viciously exterminated and fed to the flames. But the lord and master of all Germany, of all Europe, between the Urals and the Pyrenees, has grown old. Where his voice could once command a crowd's rapt attention, there is now only quiet rasping, and a cold calculating mind of steel is going to rust. The hands that painted mine constantly tremble now, as he adds the final touches to a watercolor of those long dead faces slipping from his memory. The greatest conqueror the world has ever known since Alexander Napoleon is an old and frail man. In 1962, he's 73 years of age, and some dare to whisper that he is not long for this world. The fear of all the world is that once the Führer's funeral fire is lit, it will spread to the great conflagration of war all across Europe once more. Ay, ay, ay. In SpongeBob narrator voice, 2 hours later, I know, chat. Okay, do I have to read all of these guys? I'll read Hermann Göring, since that's the guy we're gonna get. Reich Marshal and a Machiavellian oath, stratostratic Nazism. Hermann Göring stands as an absolute titan in the Reich. He has many titles to his name: the founder of Luftwaffe, the architect of the 4-year plan, the Reichsstatthalter of Prussia, and most of all, the stated and preferred successor of Adolf Hitler. Unfortunately for him, many of those titles came with expiration dates, and he hasn't been earning many more to replace them in the meantime. Once the undisputed second-in-command of Germany, Göring is instead the disputed second-in-command officially. Officially, he maintains all the power vested into him as Hitler's chosen heir, but it is well known that the Führer's opinions have changed since the glory days of the Weltkrieg. Long stretches of hedonistic indulgences have sullied the once universally beloved reputation of Uncle Göring, and a combination of overconfidence and abuse of authority has alienated him from the very bureaucracy he once ruled over. While many were willing to follow the glorious Reich Marshal, few would openly associate themselves with a man more concerned with art theft and ever-increasing displays of luxurious wealth than governing the country. Even his one true achievement of the post-war era, the conquering of his morphine addiction, that's based, is not one he can flaunt, for that would be admitting to the open secret that he suffered from addiction at all. With no way of celebrating victory over his inner demons, Göring has been forced, from an objective standpoint, to admit what he's been doing with his career for the past 2 decades: absolutely nothing. Even so, Göring is not one to give up so easily. The increasingly clear signs that Hitler is not long for this world has awakened him from his self-indulgent stupor and relit the fires of his ambition in his heart. He plans not only keeping what he has earned, but taking even more to make up for lost time. Okay, we can also read NSDAP. Here it is. National Socialism. National Socialism, the iron fist clutching the heart of Europe for nearly 30 years, refers to the very styles of fascism which incorporate fervent racism, extreme militarism, and a totalitarian one-party state where individuals are subordinated for the common good. It is distinct from other forms of fascism in its core tenets of brutality, enforced racial hierarchy, and aggressive genocidal expansionism as living space for its nation's peoples. In the German sense, Nazism holds several key tenets close to its black heart: anti-Semitism ingrained in every political action, a deep disdain for traditional liberal democracies, the parliamentary system and capitalism, and finally its strong hatred for communism. While most national socialist nations are either with or direct collaborators with the German Reich, the term is now often used to describe a variety of fascist movements around the world which echo Nazism's foundation, each with their own unique attributes, such as the radical Japanese imperialism. To banish want, production efficiency cap is all the way down, and needed consumer goods plus 20%. The revolution of the common man incinerated the decadence of yore, tearing everything and more down, fueled by a promise of a fuller life under the better world order of National Socialism. Decades of economic mismanagement and ruin followed. Lebensraum was hardly realized and proved, alongside projects like Germania, the catalyst of the Reich's self-obliteration. Slavery, both stopgap measure and means to racial destruction at once, ultimately destroyed an entire generation's productivity and faith in the party. The inability of the NSDAP to scale down on the overbloated Wehrmacht's budget only adds insult to injury. This is dead end. It's funny that they still have such a big army despite winning and controlling the world. The two pinnacles, PP go down, stability go down. The Reich's survival hinges on the Führers. The NSDAP sought to be the party with a true ideology and the one and only power in Germany. By those principles, the party fought and won, securing itself a stranglehold over the now most powerful empire on Earth. By 1962, with the attempted SS coup, economic breakdown, West Russian war, and the repeated failures of the Nazi party, all but incinerating their image as the one and only power, rampant factionalism is burning down what little remains of the true ideology. All of this under the satisfied guidance of Adolf Hitler and utter shock for the German people. End siege? Monthly pop go down, war support go down, research speed go down. Poverty is increasing. Academic base is these are bad things. So basically, poverty is getting worse. Our academic base is getting worse. Our industrial is getting worse. And Siege, the ultimate victory over the Jewish capitalist old order, came after years of bloodshed, bitter fighting, and sacrifices. With this victory came the New Order, with National Socialism as a guiding gospel to the god the Reich had become. A new life awaited the Germans, one of its settlements in the east, and one of destiny fulfills. General Plan Ost stalled, further tarnishing the deteriorating image of the Nazi Party as the sole legitimate ideology for Germany. Not unlike the NSDAP's leadership, the German people are deeply divided, united in only one matter: fear for their future. So what is the Ost plan? Was that like turning Ostland into land, I guess? Gone over. Air range increase, recruitable pop increase, daily command power go down, daily compliance go down, counterintelligence goes down, military professionalism goes down. Cannot train units, disband units, or edit unit templates. Like an unstoppable wave, guided by the righteous destiny of the Aryan, the Wehrmacht stormed over Europe in the Second World War. The lowly were subjugated, the Germanics elevated, and the Reich's rightful territories conquered. For a while, it seemed as though nothing could stop the German god of war. Rot soon infested the Wehrmacht, where once glory reigned. If it wasn't for the few bright minds in it left, the Reich would have collapsed in the West Russian War. With mad bombing runs and boundless conscription, it desperately clings to relevance. But there's no way around it. The God of War has gone over to the other side. Chad, that's another game I would love to play. God of War 1. You guys would like to see me play that, wouldn't you? God of War 1 on the PS1. I have to be careful with that game. It's got fucking babooba bonkers in it. And, you know, that's weird. Holy shit, someone hates it. PS2? Yeah, on the PS2. PS2 emulator, obviously. Someone hates it, apparently. God of War, edit. God of War 1 is genuinely the worst game I've ever played. Holy shit. Holy shit. Just beat this game after the 3-4-ish hour mark. I could not stop thinking I cannot wait for this to be over. Keep in mind, I was actually really enjoying the game at the start until the dreadful quest for Pandora's box. You said PS1? Sorry, PS2. Yes, I know it's a PS2 game. My bad. It's 17 years old. If it's your first time playing it, it's going to be a tough play. I think if you would have played it around time of release and went back to it now, I think it holds up. But that's because I've played it so many times over the years. If I hadn't played it and tried to play it now, I'd have a lot of trouble with it. Okay. Yeah. This guy really likes Witcher 1. That's weird that... Okay, I guess he must be more like an RPG guy like me then. Huh. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, also I'm gonna probably turn down music a little bit. There we go. Yeah, okay, and then I need to check here. Yeah, but you have to play a lot of God of War games. There's what? God of War 1, 2, and 3. What's that other one that I always forget about? Here we go, that's the thing I needed to turn off, okay. Sorry, there we go. Now I need to turn music up, my bad. Yeah, it's a bit better. Cool, cool, cool. What's that other one that I always forget about? Then there's one on the PSP, yeah. God of War games. Origin? No, it's not called Origins. Ascension. I always forget about... Wait, there is the God of War's Origins collection. That's not what I mean. Yeah, God of War Ascension. I always forget about that one. Isn't that one not the best? I think. I don't know. I think people didn't like that one. For some reason. I got 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. Okay, some people like it. Some people whatever. Okay, fair enough. Anyway, okay, so we've read everything. We're gonna do... By the way, chat, I looked it up and apparently, you can cheat because I get that Hitler's supposed to die, right? But apparently if you cheat and try to do these focuses, you get a funny event where Hitler, like, storms out and he says the player is cheating. I looked it up on the Wikipedia. I think that's very, very funny. Let me look it up, actually. TNO Hitler. I still think, like, it would be cool if, like, they could do, like, a Hitler path, but I know that'd be ridiculous. I just think it's, like, interesting. Anyway. Apparently this is his, old portrait as well. He has a new one now, where he looks so much older and fucked up. Where is it? Yeah, here we go. If one uses console commands to complete the first focus of Hitler's starting tree, an event will play where Speer will approach Hitler about allying with the United States against Japan, only for Hitler to burst out of his room ranting about how the player cheated, telling the player to start over, with the game penalizing the player for cheating. Similarly, if one uses console commands to complete his other focuses, the bonuses that are granted will have similar text calling the player out for cheating. Isn't that funny? I thought that was funny. Anyway. Okay, a man on the moon. This is our moment, the culmination of decades of tiresome research and continuous advancement. Headed by the brilliant Professor Dr. Werner, Ferrier von Braun, Dr. Werner Braun, the German Aerospace Center. This is funny. This is crazy that like in a Hitler victory, they got to the moon like 7 years earlier. Obviously, Werner Braun, Dr. Werner Braun, literally did it in real life with the NASA as well. The German Aerospace Center is ready to commence its greatest operation to date, landing the first man on the moon. If successful, it will come the ranks the greatest scientific achievement since the weaponization of the atom. The space race is to now come to an end, with the dominant will of National Socialism soon to triumph over the degenerate Americans and backwards Japanese once again. I'm not gonna say that. Chat, listen, I'm very good at trying to not say, listen, I'll read stuff out and provide context. I think those 2 words are 2 words I shouldn't really ever have to say in any context, okay? Correct? Okay, good. Moving on. The game knows your sins, you filthy cheater, then TNO blows up your PC. Didn't you say that one time for a meme? Maybe. Probably, I think so. Should our effort to land the first moon on the surface of the moon prove successful, it will greatly increase our standing on the international stage. Bam. Start. And then save, and we're actually beginning the game, chat. Holy shits. Now, there's a bunch of German cities I could go and look at, but I don't want to do that, chat, okay? Okay, deal? I don't need to read every single German city thing ever. Maybe if stuff happens, I can click on it and check. See, like, Prague has one, Hanover... No, not Hanover, it doesn't... No, yeah, yeah, I think it does have one. Yeah, Hanover does have one. Anyway. So yeah, we are just building a lot of stuff. Coolio. Okay, let us begin. No. I gotta wait for all my planes to get in. Oh yeah, we actually have so much. Fucking hell. Okay. Okay. Coolio. Holy crap. Okay, they're all deploying still, so fair enough. Sheesh. Alright, here we go. They can't train. Why can't they train? Okay, because they're moving, I guess? Yep, here they are. Okay. There we go. So that's a lot of planes, but obviously we could probably, like, move them around and stuff. See, it doesn't really matter unless you're, Okay, so what are we not building? We're not building transporter helicopters, okay. Where are transporter helicopters? There they are. And we're not building carrier fighter, carrier CAS. See, I'm just not very good at them because those are ones that you have to put on boats, I guess, right? Where's my navy, by the way? Oh, why is my navy over here? That's stupid. Where's my biggest port? A 0 out of 8, probably. Yeah, okay. Coolio. They can't go there? Why can't they go there? Huh. I find that a bit weird, but whatever. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, correct? Yeah, okay. Spy plane, that's kind of cool. Carrier fighter. So... that one. And then carrier Cass. And then tactical bomber. Yay! Improved jet, strategic bomber, tactical bomber. Coolio, okay. Have you heard of the YouTuber Possible History? The Great War Redux dev likes to complain in their subreddit. No, Possible History. I know Alt History Hub is really fucking bad. Like, that guy's, like, a bad guy. Possible History. No, I don't know this guy. Possible... Oh, no, I do know this guy. I watched this guy's video. Sorry, I'm an idiot. My bad. No, this guy does really, really good videos. I've watched a bunch of his videos. Yeah, my bad, my bad. I've watched a bunch of this guy's videos. Yep. I like those guys' videos. What the fuck? Bro's talking about shit, man. Anyway. The Brown Eminence. If one were to gaze upon the drab visage of this balding little man, it would be hard to view him as anything more than a stuffy bureaucrat, one single cog in the grand mechanism of the state. Such a miscalculation could be a potentially fatal mistake, as chief of the party chancellery and private secretary of the Führer, Martin Bormann has climbed the greasy rungs of the NSDAP in silent persistence, asking for neither fame nor excess on any step of his rise to authority. His friends and foes alike referred to him mockingly as the Brown Eminence. Such a scatological slur means nothing to Bormann, who cares little for humour and less for personal insults directed towards his character. He's not a man of pomp or ceremony, but of duty and dedication to the Reich. Many would claim he's rarely seen stepping out of the Führer's gradually diminishing shadow, except those who whisper of his visits to beautiful young actresses and models throughout the nation. As the new decade rolls on, Martin Bormann continues to stalk the shadowy corridors of power in his ill-fitting suit, further enveloping himself in the mechanisms of the Reich's bureaucratic apparatus. The bizarre contradiction of such a despised man holding such enormous influence betrays a mind dedicated solely to the pursuit of power, whatever the cost may be. In my dictionary, duty is written in capitals. As opposed to pick with Kaliningrad being independent, they ask why is it independent? The place near Prussia? Yeah, this place. We can read a little bit about it in the history. The traditional heartland of Prussia, Germany would be almost unrecognizable if it wasn't for the winding spires and paradoxical bridges of Königsberg. During the dark days of Napoleon's rampage across Europe, Königsberg provided a vital shelter for King Frederick, William III, during the French occupation of Prussia. Just as it served then, and just as it served during the days of the Great Elector under the Reich, Königsberg serves as the fulcrum that separates Eastern Europe from the Reich's imperial heartland. Adorned with statues and monuments to Hitler's savage subjugation of Eastern Europe, there seldom lies a street that does not hold Hitler's visage, each detail lovingly crafted by a party sycophant to portray the Führer as the neo-Alexandrian demigod that 40 years propaganda spun building up. When Hitler dies, he will find he is much more like Alexander than he realizes to him. Okay, we somehow gained like 20 mils. Jesus. Okay. I mean, I guess I could like do another 20. 1, 2, okay, so to 80. Okay, I'm fine with that. And then we're just building, yep, okay. They don't like Russian territory not being Russian, huh? Even though it's barely Russian though. So that's the new thing learned. Yeah, they seem like a very nationalist kind of fucking dumbass. Do they support Putin and Ukraine war right now? Probably. Okay, and then so we just need to do a bunch more here. What are we low on? Are we low on guns? It would appear so. Yeah, we are low on guns. We're losing a lot every year as well. Okay. Okay. Coolio. Very good. Let's move this down here, please. Also, you have a submarine, the dockyards you need to use. Add. Okay. So that's what the third class, which is outdated. What the hell? Why is it outdated? I don't think it's outdated. Doesn't look outdated to me. Yeah, battle is better than early, yeah. Mel cheated? No, 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 no. I was talking about like a funny event that can happen in the game if you do cheat. I read it on the Wikipedia. If you wait, I'll read it again for you, Polocus. TNO Hitler Path. If one uses console commands to complete the first focus of Hitler's starting tree, an event will play where Speer will approach Hitler about allying with the United States against Japan, only for Hitler to burst out of his room, ranting about how the player cheated, telling the player to start over, with the game penalizing the player for cheating. Similarly, if one uses console commands to complete his other focuses, the bonuses that are granted will have similar text, calling the player out for cheating. There you go. That's in base TNO, though. Is this really, like, outdated? Basic Battleship Hull. No idea, man. Yeah, okay, basic battleship hull. Yeah, that is like the new one. Yeah, okay. Basic is better than early. Yeah. So these are early, so I would, like, not even... Yeah. It's just weird that it says it's out of date, but it's not. Okay, light cruiser. Okay. Early, 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 early... Okay, Otto, P-Class, Multica. Same thing happens if you go through JFK focus tree with cheats. Ah, that's cool. Oh, I think this is the best one. I always look at production cost, I'm like, okay, it's probably the best one. Just because this also has torpedo attack, I guess? I don't know. Sure. There we go, okay. How's the Navy doing? Okay, good. But they're in the fucking Black Sea right now. I don't want them to be in the Black Sea. It's fine. It's fine. I don't mind them being in the Black Sea training. Okay. The Gilded Reichsmarschall. There was one more if you beated Burgundy as Germany in pre-Toolbox Theory update game. Uh-huh. If one were to look upon Hermann Göring, the infamous Reichsmarschall, founder of the Gestapo and uncle of the Reich, it would be impossible to ignore the countless medals pinned to his chest. They jingle against each other with his every movement, packed so tightly together under his uniform that some are covering others, making it impossible to discern one accomplishment from another. So I actually saw something, I saw a really funny fact about that, okay, fucking, what's his face? Give me a second. Zhukov. Which, you know, you can obviously play as in fucking TNO as well. It's Georgy Zhukov. So I saw a funny, interesting fact when they, were interviewing him in, 1950. They had to take off some of his medals because his accomplishments were so much that, it would look fake. So there's, literally, the Chad Georgy Zhukov versus the version, Hermann Göring. Right? He's like, Hermann Göring has all this bullshit shit, and he always has to show himself off. And Zhukov is like, I have too much. It wouldn't look realistic. Take them off. Take them off. Isn't that so badass? Zhukov very famously was, the big, general guy that helped push back the, the whole Stalingrad, how far Germany got into, Soviet territory. Zhukov was, the big pushback. Right? I'm very generalizing fucking... and when it comes to Soviet history, I'm not as well-versed. I barely know Zhukov, but yeah, I just thought that was a very based fact. It's like, no, I have too much. It won't look... They won't believe it. Anyway. Yeah, to discern one accomplishment from one another. If there were any other soldier bearing them, they would each represent a great victory in a battle won, or an act of personal bravery. Instead, they serve as little more than cheap decorations meant to enhance stolen valor and false legitimacy. Borderline deceptive set dressing to enhance his political image and nothing else. Despite how universal that political image is in German politics, it is hard to pin down what the man actually believes in beyond ruthless pragmatism. His clear desire to preserve Hitler's Reich the way it was intended lends himself towards the conservatives, while some of his political theories are more in line with reformist beliefs on how Germany can be saved. Some theorize that it was entirely feasible that he may join one or the other, but those who had better grasp on his character knew that both had the exact same problem in his eyes, the fact that he would not be the one in charge if he did join them. Göring was once the undisputed successor Adolf Hitler before years of complacency and believing his own hype made him unable to serve his position, weakening until it was far too late. His arrogance allowed Speer and Bormann to begin to catch up, all while Heydrich insidiously slipped through the cracks of their conflict. As of today, he's not all-powerful, but simply yet another contender, and in that, the one contender who lacked a personal power base of ideologically similar allies to draw upon. Thus, desperate times called for desperate measures. The militarist faction is composed of some of the most distasteful men the Reich has ever produced, but no matter their intentions, they possess the political power that Göring hopelessly wishes to reclaim for himself, leaving him with few other options. Their clashing visions for Germany are borderline incompatible, making their relationship not truly equal, but transactional. His role in their eyes is to be a popular figurehead for their cause and nothing more. Göring knows that any victory they deliver him will be mutilated, that becoming a puppet Führer is no true triumph, but he also knows that if he does not take on the role of the militarist public face, a lesser man will, and he will be left in the dustbin of history as a result. Thus, no matter the vile and venom, he will allow himself to be carried to the peak of German politics through their machinations. Only time will tell what his next step could be once he reaches that peak. Shoot first and inquire afterwards. If you make mistakes, I will protect you. Damn. Oi, oi, oi. Also, we are very low on fucking oil. Okay, so can we not trade? I thought trading was automatic in this game. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, imported. Yeah, maybe we do need to trade. Peak, time to climb a virtual mountain. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, no, you can't trade. Okay, it is supposed to be automatic. We just can't do it right now, I guess. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, also, how's the economy doing? We're gonna have to focus on that. Yeah, okay. So, lower inflation. Oh god, we're losing more money. Okay, lower socialist expenditures. Yeah, unfortunately I just have to. I have to because we have such a big debt to pay off, I kind of need to not do it. But in terms of research, I always like research. Research and stability and security and regulations, sure. That is fine by me. Okay, okay, okay. Coolio. Agreement ends. Salutations crisis. I don't know what the fuck this is. America stuff? Okay, America can do whatever they want. Also, sorry, I forgot to read foreign policy. Global conflicts. 13th anniversary report of the Class of 41 by Howard Nemerov. We who survived the war and took to wife and sired the kids and made the decent living, and piecemeal furnished forth the finished life, not by grand theft as so much as petty thieving. Who had the routine middle-aged affair and made our beds and had to lie in them, this way or that because the beds were there, and turned our bile and choler in for phlegm. Who saw grandparents, parents to the vaults, and wives and selves grow wrinkled, grey and fat, and children through their acne and revolts, and told the analyst about all that. Are done with it. What is there to discuss? There's nothing left for us to say of us. Okay, cool. And a hello Navy. Okay, thank you for being all the way over here. If you don't mind, sir, I would like for you to go the fuck up here, though. They're not allowed to. Do we not have access through the sea? Is Turkey, like, not letting me go through the sea? No. I'm so confused what's going on with the Navy. I would like us to go here, please. Okay, now they're doing it. Okay. Julio. Thank you. Okay, good, 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 good. But yeah, we're going through so much oil just dealing with stuff, man. Oi, oi, oi. The Reich's architect. A figure often overlooked in the convoluted politics of the Reich, Albert Speer is nonetheless one of its key players. Architect by profession and personal friend of Hitler from the beginning of his rise to power. Speer was attracted... So, by the way, if you play as Speer, do you get to build projects? See, that's the one thing that I like too much. I like the idea of building things. So, maybe if you, like, could fucking play as Speer and build shit, that'd be cool. I mean, that would be fun. Speer was attracted to the future Führer's persuasive dialect and his great plans for Germany. IDK never? Uh-huh. Okay, fair enough. You never played as him? Okay. Never played Germany. Huh. For the beginning, his Raspas was distracted at the future of Führer's plan, persuasive dialect, and his great plans for Germany. The attraction was mutual. As soon as Hitler looked at Speer's work, the young architect found himself launched at the forefront of the party leadership and tasked with designing dozens of public buildings. The war changed everything. Speer was appointed Minister of Armaments and War Production during the most difficult time of the conflict, and it was there that a side of his personality made itself even more evident: opportunism. He took the merit for Germany's production surge, but his main contribution to the war effort had been the invention of what would forever change the Reich: slavery. Hundreds of thousands of inferiors and war prisoners toiled and died in the military-industrial complex, fueling the German war machine with their lives. After the war, Speer returned to his passion and single-handedly designed the culmen of the Reich's grandeur: Germania. The new Caput Mundi was set to overshadow Rome, Paris, and all great cities around the world. But then the economy collapsed. It crashed, taking his dreams with it. In a moment of catharsis, he understood that slavery had been among the main reasons for the collapse, and in the most opportunistic of moves, he started speaking against it, asking for reform. As an unwanted consequence, he soon found himself the focal point of a large reformist movement and advocating for change. Swept by currents stronger than him, he decided to follow them, desperately hoping that no one would ever discover his mistakes. For good or for ill, Albert Speer has in its own way reshaped Germany, forever changing both its architectural fashion and its society. He is and forever will be the Reich's architect. The Reich is my greatest work. I only played as Goring. Yeah, I only did that, like, yesterday. OFN is too base to play some cringe-ass Nazi. Okay, fair enough. See, but what countries can you play as in the OFN? Like, just America, or are there others? And Russian warlords, yeah. Who's the best Russian warlord, to play as to join the OFN? USA and South Africa, okay. The port city of Wilhelmshaven houses some of the largest and oldest shipbuilding facilities in the entire world. So the Adler is launched. Its awe-inspiring dry docks are capable of building nearly everything from corvettes and minesweepers to gigantic battleships have left these docks. Even when the idea of a German nation was still a new concept, Karl Dönitz knows the production capabilities of these facilities. As Oberfeldschreiber der Marine, he's seen dozens upon dozens of ships launch over the years, but this is a moment which will go down in history. Today, the largest and most powerful aircraft carrier at the Kriegsmarine, christened Adler. What if I stopped building the Adler? What if I had stopped building it? That would have been funny. Christened Adler by Hitler himself, is finally ready for its maiden voyage, a spectacle that will be broadcasted all over the Reich. Admiral Dönitz knows what remains unspoken. The Adler is not the latest capital ship, but the last for the foreseeable future, as the Reich can no longer afford to build new ships as per the 1958 budget. Funding has been slashed in nearly all sectors. Ship maintenance and payrolls are all that the Kriegsmarine will be bankrolling for now. The ceremony was lovely. The Fuhrer himself thanked the Admiral profusely for his tireless dedication and work, with vague promises spoken about more funding for the Kriegsmarine soon. Something he has done since 1958. Dönitz ceremoniously nodded when he needed to and offered thanks when appropriate, as he has done dozens of times before. Even the model military man greeted the rest of his Führer's entourage. He shook hands with Martin Bormann first, an upstanding gentleman really. Next, Albert Speer, an opportunistic Nazi, no more, no less. If Speer was opportunistic, then Dönitz wondered what Göring would be considered. The man was looking surprisingly spry as well. Last but not least, Reinhard Heydrich's cold, clammy hand, a blonde butcher, and a bastard to boot. The Admiral glanced back over at his Führer, who was blabbering to an aide. He was getting old, and old age was not treating him kindly. God help the Reich once Hitler was. Dönitz pushed the thought out of his head. He was a Navy man, first and foremost. Let the politics to those four members. Hoist the Reichscloud flag. We will spend 1.2 billion. Will be added to the debt. Fucking Jesus. God fucking damn it. This debt, man. Magadan under Werbel. None of them join OFN. Wait, he can? Russian warlords can join economic spheres. Is that the US-Russia one? Yes. None that I've played so far. Which have you played so far? Soviet Union Zhukov, the funny clock man, Russian Empire Vladimir III. I'd probably like to play Zhukov, but Zhukov probably doesn't have post-game content, does he? So it wouldn't be that amazing, would it? The Reich's last conquest. On the 19th of January 1962, Einhard Konliner, using a rocket based upon the A9-A10 design from World War II and as a member of a team led by acclaimed scientist Werner von Braun, became the first man to ever land on the moon. While the space race has been a struggle between the Reich, Japan, and the USA, and while the Americans had managed to put the first man in space, the Führer was proud to announce that the German landing firmly plants the Reich as the victor in the competition, and that Kolonier, who was photographed giving the characteristic Nazi salute as the flag as the Earth rose in the horizon, was the perfect example of a hero of Germany. A ground ceremony is planned in Germania to present Kolonier and his fellow astronauts with the Iron Cross, and a week of celebration has been declared across the Reich. While toast congratulations have been sent from America and Japan, President Nixon has vowed that the United States will be the first to create a permanent mission on the moon, and Japan shortly thereafter announced it will be the first to land on Mars. The final frontier, PP, man on the moon, PP and research speed, badass. Okay, the Reich's last conquest. On the 9th of January, Einhard Goliath began the first man to land on the moon, while the space race has been... Okay. Yeah, okay. Has the space been won? Space race been won. To Requiem, all warlords can attack Germany, Kazakh, and get Vladivostok back, except Omsk. Kazakh, okay. The Blonde Beast. Sorry, I just want to quickly look at the moon. Yeah, Germany now runs victorious in the space race against the odds, and while America and Japan have attempted to push the race further, this monumental victory for Germany will never be forgotten. Okay. The Blonde Beast, formerly the protector of Bohemia Moravia, director of the SD, and one of the principal architects of the Endlösung. The very name, Reinhard Heydrich, is uttered in fear by German citizens and Slavic slaves alike. A man of infamously intellectual and cultured sensibilities, the Reichsfuhrer, the German SS, hides his instability, animalistic hunger for power behind a cold sheen of quiet reservation. While his meteoric rise in influence and status throughout the 1930s and 1940s surprised nobody, few could have predicted his ascension to the leadership of the Schutzstaffel would come as a result of Heinrich Himmler's failed coup in the 1950s. Despite its many fractures, the party is unified behind its hatred of Heydrich and fear of his SS. Many believe it is only Hitler's respect for the man with the iron heart that enables him to maintain such a position of brutal authority, although others would point to a different source. Heinrich Himmler, tyrannical despot of the mysterious Ostenstadt-Burgund, is theorized by many to be the true power behind the throne. While Heydrich and Himmler have their disagreements, both men advocate the return of the true National Socialism, by which they mean an end to the corruption of the party and the imposition of a totalitarian state dedicated to the values of the SS. The attempts by Hitler's inner circle to reduce the influence of the SS has not been entirely unsuccessful, but as long as Reinhard Heydrich remains to be its leader, it will not dissipate so easily. There's no problem which the Gestapo cannot solve, brother. Brother. So all warlords have post-unification content, okay. May try the Australian-Russian monarchy guy. What the fuck, man? Where that one? Cheetah, Far Eastern Siberia. Fucking wow, okay. Why won't my economy buy some motherfucking... Okay, we just lost a bunch of stuff. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, shushy shush. Are we good with everything? Yes, good. Okay, no. Yes, free civilian factories. Oh, well, we finished building something. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think Sastion is the other one. Sastion. Where is Sastion? German Reich is falling down, bruh. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I should... No, that's not it at all. That's not it at all. That's fucking Soviet, bruh. That's fucking Canadian, actually. Sorry, my bad. I didn't even... Where the fuck is Sastion, dude? Should I know where this is in the country? Fucking Jesus. Isn't Sastion like... Oh, God. Okay, what if I like, look at it from, like, a... Nope, that's not gonna... There it is! Sastion, thank you. Okay, coolio, so we'll do infrastructure there. Thank you, and then, what? Army, prisons, and hospitals. Bro can't spell for shit. Was I not spelling it right? You're probably right, yeah. Fair enough. Julio! Doesn't matter which event I do here. Normally I would do the left and then the right, but... See, these guys aren't goring, so I don't care. Okay. Convene the Reichstag. Today we mark another milestone in the history of the Greater Germanic Reich, the opening of the 1962 Reichstag. A grand ceremony, the annual opening of Reichstag has become one of the most lavish affairs across the entire Einheitsbach, which the delegations of subjugated peoples coming from all across our vast empire to gather in Germania to hear the Führer address the NSDAP as we celebrate yet another glorious year. Needless to say, the opening of the 1962 Reichstag will be the grandest yet. I'll always call goring boring. Fair enough. At least it's not boring like fucking Martin Boring Man, right? Okay. We need to buy oil, but you can't buy oil. Maybe if you just spend too much oil, you're not allowed to. I would love to trade oil, man. Auto balance. Wait. Okay. Exported 100. Decrease, decrease, decrease. Yeah. Place to increase our weekly import. Okay. Okay, so we probably just lost a bunch of stuff. That's fine. I needed the oil, man. Okay. It's still not enough to... Still not enough, man. Okay. Yeah, but auto balance doesn't do what I need. Fun fact, before Toolbox Theory, Mon Borman had an event that described him graping his secretary. Fucking Jesus! Why the fuck, man? Okay, what if I... To decrease our weekly export, yeah. Okay. Assassin strikes a Führer. So yeah, this is how Hitler gets fucked up. On January 25th, 1962, as the Reich still celebrated their victory in the space race. Maybe not so fun fact after all, yeah. Germania froze in shock as an individual of Japanese origin entered... So this is why they don't like Japan after a while, okay. Entered the Führer's office and attempted to assassinate Hitler. Armed with a handgun, the assassin is suspected to be a member of the Japanese Tokumoskuen. Would have killed Hitler if one of his bodyguards had not happened to enter the Führer's office off schedule. Hitler was shot once before the agent was killed, and the Führer was briefly hospitalized before being declared stable. While he survived, news briefly leaked that he had been killed in the attempt, and the Reichstag entered crisis without a leader. Members of the German RSD briefly locked down the city, armored cars filling the streets, and roadblocks entering all traffic for the day. Ending all traffic for the day. The situation nearly turned to disaster when separate orders were given to both forces of the Wehrmacht and units belonging to the RHSA to occupy the city and ensure peace. When both groups, as well as the RSD, ordered the others to stand down, a 36-hour standoff occurred that nearly turned open war in the streets, had Hitler not recovered and given a personal order for all military units to return to their barracks. Blood was shed regardless, as several officials belonging to various factions were assassinated in the chaos, victims of plans sprung too soon. Heinrich Himmler has denounced the chaos, claiming that the strike would have been prevented had the Reich not fallen into decadence, and ordering SS units across Burgundy to prepare to ensure peace in Germany, supposedly only if Hitler requests their assistance. The German SS, while supposedly independent from Hitler, has become voicing support for his involvement. The incident has allowed the dire need the state has for an heir to the Nazi Empire, but the Reichstag sits frozen, unable to decide. Not only has this been brought to light, however, but relations with Japan are now at an all-time low. And although Japan has denied sending the assassin, Wehrmacht leaders have been ordered to prepare readying for the worst. Our scars are exposed to the world. PP minus 100. German-Japanese tensions will increase by 20% for a total of 60%. Fucking hell. Borman, disgusting old fuck, spear, hypocrite, goring, murderous drug addict, Heydrich, Spartan, bruh. Heydrich is... Whatever, okay. Can Burgundy reunite Germany or no? Polocus can answer the question. We're still not getting any oil imported, which is what I don't like. Assassin strikes at Hitler. News from Germany is sporadic at best. Information smuggled out of Germania reports that shortly after celebration of the moon landing settled, military units and several platoons worth of bodyguard units filled the streets and immediately put the city under martial law. Apparently an assassin, which the Germans claim belonged to the Japanese Tokamunskin, attempted to kill the Führer, was stopped in his attempt by one of Hitler's personal bodyguards. Already reports of various other assassinations have surfaced in the streets. The various military units nearly came to blows as several units ordered each other to stand down and the chain of command fell apart. Suddenly the Reich seems much weaker. Can the Germans maintain their New World Order when they can hardly handle themselves? A house divided. IDK, maybe if they win the Second German War, Civil War, Heydrich. Heydrich ideology is literally called Spartanism. Okay, I see. You just like him a lot, even though he seems like very fucked up and evil. Okay, we're actually gaining oil? Thank fucking god, man. Holy shit, we actually have oil. I say we have oil, we're not going to have oil. Yeah. Here we go, chat. Okay, well, so we also have an agent, apparently. Okay, fine then. Should I be cryptologying stuff? I don't know, man. I could be building stuff as well, but I don't want to. Agent. Rig Lipfoot. Okay, they're all tough or safecracker, okay. Monica Theodore. We'll go Ulrich. This guy technically has better stats, but fine, we'll go Theodore then. If you saw Hydra gameplay, you would understand. Okay. Hitler addresses the nation. Today, the world watches one of the most significant moments of the 20th century prepares to take place almost a week after the Führer was shot in an attempted assassination. Believed to have been orchestrated by Japan, Hitler today appeared on national television, with the necessity for an appointed successor being exposed by the incident. Following days of heated debate, Hitler stood before the Reichstag to announce his choice. 4 candidates have been speculated for days. Martin Bormann, expert politician, head of the party, is a staunch conservative and believed the most likely candidate. Also believed highly possible is the militarist Hermann Göring, the beloved uncle of the nation. Hitler is the father. Another name being put forth is Albert Speer, one of the Führer's closest friends, who has advocated for extensive reform within the Reich. Finally, some have suggested that naming Reinhard Heydrich as his successor will allow for the hostility between Germany and the SS to finally come to an end. After a lengthy, sometimes incoherent speech during which the Führer spoke repeatedly about the strength of Germany, at times seeming to lose his train of thought, the Führer lifted a trembling hand and declared his chosen successor would be the militarist Hermann Göring. Obviously. Okay. Yes, I know we have... Oh, low supplies? No. Well, it's the capital. Shut up. It's literally the capital, dude. Like, it's like the best place in the world to have the best supply. Okay, so James told me I don't need to do this, but surely I do. I'm guessing I have to. The power struggle. In the aftermath of the recent assassination attempt on the Führer's life, as he sees fit to name his official successor and designate upon him the matters of state that he... I did this, but it didn't really matter. Designate upon him the matter of state that he is in his age cannot perform. As the Führer's condition worsens, it is almost assured... It probably legitimacy matters. It is almost assured that responsibilities of the most high office will pass more and more to a successor. Yet Hitler's chosen is not alone. 3 other men vie for the power of the Führer, and their webs of influence has been spun far and deep. The German people may not know it, but within the halls of the Volksschau, a silent war for the future of Germany rages. Victory in this conflict may bring advantages were the situation to further deteriorate. Influence points may be spent on several buffs for our faction, however, it would be unwise to spend it all at once, as the remaining influence points could affect our starting position if the worst comes to the worst. Probably support thing. Okay, look for opportunities, okay. Okay, Bormann, Spear, and Heydrich's legitimacy is increasing, and we need 25 PP, and we have literally none. We can divert equipment, though. With militias forming all throughout the Reich, we must ensure our supporters are better armed than all others by using our leaders' authority to direct military-grade supplies towards loyal regions. We can secure an important advantage should all other solutions fail. We will gain 5,000 additional infantry weapons. Our current bonus amount of infantry weapon is 0. So do we spend anything? No, I don't think we do. Already making use of our influence. 5 legitimacy. So yeah, we have 20 legitimacy. Borman has a little bit more. Okay. I see, I see. Okay. I just did the infantry to get more troops and stuff. Uh-huh. We need to get PP, and we have no PP, unfortunately. I see. Okay. War support in this game for me was minus 100, bruh. Ah, and then we get a different focus tree. Okay. Cool. Interesting. The militarist. Hitler names Göring his successor. Following the recent attempt on the German Führer's life by a suspected German agent, the pressure upon the Führer to name an official successor, and for the Reichstag to formally recognize the choice, has been steadily building. After almost a week of debate and speculation, Adolf Hitler today appeared on live television from the Reichstag, announced the right that his successor would be Hermann Göring, one of the Führer's oldest allies and beloved uncle of the nation. Göring enjoys extensive support from the Nazi Old Guard and the Wehrmacht, a relationship which has caused many to reject the decision. Albert Spearman, Bormann, and Reinhard Heydrich have all criticized the nomination, vowing to never allow the Reich to fall into the hands of a glory-lusting warmonger. Is war on the horizon? All support at the end of this game with me was minus 100. Also, click Bohemia on your side too. Click Get Bohemia on your side too. Okay. Like, is that going to be like a thing that pops up? The militarist. Okay, we'll read that. With the Führer's proclamation of Reichsmarshal Hermann Göring as successor, a significant amount of German citizens are optimistic that the Reich will be restored to greatness. Among the population, Uncle Göring, as he is affectionately called, is extremely popular and is generally regarded as quite the man of the people. Göring himself is somewhat of a political conservative, yet his brand of National Socialism conservatism is one of general remilitarization and conquest, all designed to reinvigorate the Reich's economy and global dominance. Hot in den Night. I can't read German. It's probably gonna say some fucked up shit. Who knows? Send in the here increases security, decreases public meetings, add suppress student protests, which grants stability go down, consumer goods goes up, war support goes down. The army marches on. With the student protests intensifying over the past few weeks over the appointment of Reichsmarshal Hermann Göring as the Führer's successor, the time has come to show that in Göring's Germany dissent will not be tolerated. Unlike his opponents, the Reichsmarshal is not afraid to do what must be done. Therefore, it's been decided that the only way to end the protests is to send in the here to silence the many voices of discontent who seek to destabilize the Reich with their reformist dogma. Okay. So, how are we doing with the economy, by the way? Oh god, 10. Okay, fucking Jesus, okay. It's gonna be 19. Okay. 3, 5, 7, 6, 4, 6, 4. Nine. Okay, I think we need to... Okay. We need to lose the 20 here. Coolio, that's fine. I'm fine with that.
Thank you very much. See you next time. Good night.
Okay. Okay, that's probably the best we can do for the time being. Okay, coolio. A meeting with the Führer. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Hermann Göring strummed his jeweled fingers against the grandfather clock, admiring its ornate carvings. He had a similar antique like this in Karen Hall, older of course, but similar. The door suddenly swung open. The Führer shuffled into the room, muttering to himself as he stroked the matted flop of hair resting on his clammy forehead. I'm not gonna say that. Goring saluted with a grin. I haven't seen you since that ghastly shooting. It doesn't surprise me that you're walking it off, though. Hitler's fleshy, swollen face was scrunched in confusion. His bright blue eyes rested on the Reichsmarschall, and he began to hobble forwards. My Führer, it truly was an honor to be named as your successor. I have great plans for the German Reich. We stand tall and strong, it is true, but we cannot deny its troubles. I believe it is important to cultivate a period of self-reflection and planning for the future. Bormann is a man who would delight in your passing, my Führer, and as for Speer... Hello, Dante. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Spear, that foolish idealist, Hitler said spitefully, his face contorting in anger. All this talk of reform, it's all a ploy. Albert and Martin, they want everything. They don't realize I cannot die. The Führer glared at the Reichsmarschall with feverish eyes. Hitler is Germany, and Germany is Hitler. Is Hitler. If I die, the Jews would descend upon our carcasses like vultures. Jesus fucking Christ, can this guy drop dead already? Fucking hell. An eruption of rasping coughs exploded from his throat. I like how, this is basically just the Wolfenstein version of Hitler. I'm okay, tired from work. Hope you're well. I'm doing well. You gotta rest. Yes, fair enough. Fuck work. Am I right or am I right? Rasping coughs exploded from his throat, racking his whole body. He clasped the clock intensely, his face growing redder by the second. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The door suddenly burst open and a cluster of the Führer's personal guards streamed into the room. Rockers Milch held onto the Führer's arm and pulled him towards the door, nodding at Goring respectfully. Before Goring could say anything, the Führer had been taken away. His bemused silence was punctuated only by the incessant ticking of the clock. Tick-tock, tick-tock, stability goes down, Hitler's condition worsens. Oi, oi, oi. Fair enough. It's fair enough. How do you feel about the brick? Counter! Damn. What are we not making right now? We're not making a strategic bomber, I see. Strategic bomber. There you go. Okay. Phew. Fucking hell, we go through so much. Fair enough. Whatever. How are we doing with the economy? Okay. So buying the oil was worth it. Macro, we actually have 2% macro. What the hell? That's awesome, okay. Sheesh. I always tend to find that 3% is good enough. So I do hope that they are in the capital. Looks like it. It's just like they're saying that they have no supply, but they very much do. Stop. Pause again. Ay. Student protests intensify. As 1962 begins to draw on and the government of the Reich remained locked in slow stagnation, the protests by student groups across the nation about slavery, the still faded economy, the constant border war in the Reichskommissariats, about the fear of war, and about 1,000 other things raged on. With nearly 1 million students constantly marching, protesting, disrupting businesses, and countless others joining them, the Reich seemed completely unable to cope with the crisis. While many in the government demand harsh actions, nobody knows what real harsh action they can take to a movement so large and so disorganized. While threats have been made against the protesters, they remain undeterred, and as the numbers swell, and with no central authority, there is no head for the government to cut off. With the Orpo so disorganized, and with so many paramilitary groups trying to keep peace, it has been a wonder the situation has yet to explode. At least this was the situation until a small army of protesters began getting rowdy with a group of Orpo officers in Aachen, and a small group of riot officers decided to open up the city's armory and quell the unrest forcefully. What? Way? Don? Okay, so it doesn't really matter. Don. The student revolt. The student revolt, the Tag des Verrats is what they're calling it, the day of betrayal. Betrayal against the people of the Reich by their leaders, their police, their military, by everyone. Police in Archon took it upon themselves to open fire on a crowd of teenagers who had started a small riot outside the local Orpo station, and what started as a police shooting has sparked a massive riot across the city. Archon is now burning as Orpo units there struggle to hold their lines against furious crowds of rioters, and with the military stepping in and declaring martial law, and Orpo units ordered to stand down, large sections of the city have been left to the mob. The action hasn't been limited to Archon, with both protesters and overzealous Orpo officers across the country taking up arms in inspiration. Most of the larger cities of the Reich now looks like a war zone, with a condemnation and protests and fellowship reaching as far as Moscowian. For the sake of the Fuhrer, remain calm. Bro, I'm getting, like, no political power. How the fuck am I supposed to play this minigame, dude? First episode, a new chapter of This Monster Wants to Eat Me in the same week. I'm euphoric. Hell yeah. That's badass. Very badass. Nice. I guess I'm still moderate, which is good enough, I guess. Yeah, we are gaining that oil quickly. Sheesh. What are my planes doing? They are doing as well as they can possibly be, I guess. I'm pretty sure everybody is where they need to be. Yes, they are. Good. Okay. Hopefully we get that political power to, like, spend it on things here. We lost 5 influence, apparently. At some point. I don't know if it's because we bought guns. Prime Minister of Australia resigns? Don't worry about that. Okay, lost a production unit as well. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, we can get more guns. Does this spend 5 legitimacy? I feel like we shouldn't be spending this. Some reason stream turned completely black for me. What the? Refresh? Fix it though? That's weird. I don't think that's on my end. Did anybody else in chat get something like that? That's very, very weird. That's very peculiar and odd. I don't know why I would do that. Okay, you need to not buy guns. No, don't buy guns, chat. No, bad. Don't buy guns, chat. You can't buy guns because that lowers your legitimacy. But I want guns? Okay, fine, I'll buy... Okay, chat. Okay, fine, I'll buy guns, but if we get fucked over, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Because we loot... That anime girl was there again, I saw her. Yeah, we lose legitimacy if we buy guns, is the problem. After 50 chapters, finally the 51st chapter introduces the antagonist as story-based. Somebody complaining about historical accuracy in Ghost of Tsushima, bruh. We gain 5,000 infantry weapons. Our current surplus of weapons is 5,000. How many guns do I need? I only need 5,000 guns. So you know what? We won't click on it. We won't click it. Because I'm producing guns. So surely we're fine. Lipetsk prison breakout. Despite what little information about the German Reichskommissariat Moscowian lets out of its borders, the news about its most recent failures in governance has spread well beyond the borders of the Einheitspack. Ivan Vorobyov, a former Red Army soldier and German collaborator turned partisan, escaped from Moscowian's Lipetsk prison in a bold breakout staged by unidentified forces. The broader Lipetsk region, formerly a hotbed of resistance, has since experienced a dramatic rise in insurgent activity, with many other regions reporting similar issues. Siegfried Kasch, the Reichskommissariat Moscowian, has already made several executive orders to quell the spread of disorder using his signature methods. Germania has refused to comment. Destiny calls as loud as it can. Yeah, we really want to get political power, man. I'm hoping this focus does it, though. Okay. Fidel Castro wins presidential elections base. The Art of Diplomacy, that's not the one. We're looking for the army marches on. The cacophony of clinking glasses and waves of forced laughter was giving Martin Bormann a headache. Among the 2,000 guests milling around and sitting at tables were a fair number of diplomats of both German and foreign extraction. He placed the speech notes on top of the podium with sweaty hands, surveying the room in apprehension. The speech was short and simple, admittedly a little bland. Borman smiled to himself bitterly. He had never been able to match the striking visual imagery and acribic wit of Goebbels' writings. Times like these, he almost missed that lecherous little rat. "Gentlemen," Borman announced into the microphone, waiting as a blanket of silence gradually fell upon the crowd. "The Führer," he turned to the right and saluted. The guests followed suit, rising to their feet and saluting to various degrees of hastiness. Adolf Hitler shuffled towards the podium and grasped it with 2 trembling hands. "Recent events may herald a diplomatic shift for the Reich." Hitler's voice quickly faded away. Bormann's blood ran cold as Hitler looked up and eyed the hall in confusion. Where is Ernst? He told me he would be here." Oh my god. That guy died so long ago. You killed him, Hitler. He was gay and you killed him. You fucking... Oh my god. Talk about Ernst Röhm. Oh my god, Hitler. That was like 30 years ago, bro. You killed him. Holy shit, dude. Fucking idiot. Where is Ernst? He told me he would be here." Bormann strode over the podium and placed an arm behind the Fuhrer's back, gently leading him away. The old man's body was violently quivering. I think I was at your wedding?" Hitler exclaimed loudly, his rasping voice reverberating throughout the hall. Confused murmurs erupted throughout the crowd. "Are you still in the SA?" "Forgive me, gentlemen," Walter Huel exclaimed, swiftly taking the podium as Bormann and Misch led Hitler through the exit. "The Führer was accidentally given my speech. Allow me to continue. The real question is, are any of you still in the SA? You see, the Reich's diplomatic progression can be mirrored in some way with the evolution of the SA. A disaster averted? Question mark. Stability go down. Hitler's condition worsens. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, we actually do have strategic fort building. We built a bunch of forts. We don't need to do that. I'm sorry. Divert infantry equipment, militia forming all throughout the Reich. We must ensure our supporters are better armed than all others. By using our leaders' authority to divert military-grade supplies towards lower regions, we can secure an important advantage should all other solutions fail. Okay, yeah, so 15, 10, 5, okay. And then strategic fort building. The situation is quickly deteriorating. It's only a matter of time before the gates of hell open. By ordering the construction of fortifications in zones where our control is strongest, we can gain enough time to organize our supporters in the coming struggle. And yeah, we don't really need to do that one. Hitler is in poor health. Moderate. Okay. The army marches on. Klaus winced at the screeches that drilled into his ears. Masses of students bustled before him, waving placards and bricks alike. Really? Really fucking bricks? Really? James gets his fucking bricks here. Okay. Screaming at the armed soldiers like banshees. A large papier-mâché head was floating above the crowd with thin, evil eyes and a feline grin, mockingly painted in makeup. There were several chants, disparate and sporadic, but the loudest, without question, was "Down with Göring." Somebody say bricks? Yeah, they're holding bricks. Waving bricks. Klaus gripped his rifle tightly and looked towards his comrades for assurance. He was 18 years old and fresh out of training. He had imagined being sent to the beautiful expanses of the snowy Eastern Front or down in the exotic jungles of Africa. He did not expect to be facing down fellow Germans for his first assignment. Soldiers were pushing forward, screaming at the protesters to disperse. The closest cluster backed away instantly, apart from one girl, who thrust her anti-Göring sign forwards and screamed back. One of the soldiers walked up and smashed her in the face with the butt of his rifle. "Disperse!" Klaus yelled, his voice cracked. He raised his rifle at the students, who dropped their signs and darted. He saw a group of soldiers tackling a pair of brick throwers to the ground. See, look, that's what you get, James. That's what you get. You get tackled to the ground if you throw your bricks at me. And smashing little bloody pulp with their boots. Another comrade fired a shot into the papier-mâché head, which exploded as the crowd nearby broke apart with a cry. Klaus did not let the fear overtake him. He was a soldier of the Reich. Sure, these were fellow Germans, students around his age, but they're protesting against the next Führer, against the Reich. Anyone who protests against the Reich protests against the German people. One of the demonstrators lobbed a brick toward him, missing the young soldier by a few inches. Klaus brought his rifle up and fired into the student's legs, forcing him to the ground. "I said disperse! Sacrifices must be made for all the glory of the Reich." Ay, ay, ay. Oi, oi, oi. Okay, so this will increase it. Good. Okay. This is very good. What's more important? I really would like to get 25 PP. That's the problem. 50 PP right there. Hello, lawyer. Boo! Oh my god, it's scary. If we rush this and get 50 PP, I think that's the best we can get. Yeah. We have to rush this one. Yeah. Go before the Reichstag. Legitimacy increases by 5. Yet event, the successor speaks. As president of the Reichstag, Herr Göring holds considerable influence within the Diet. Due to said influence, militaristic hawks of the NSDAP have begun to gain more legislative power in recent weeks. Much to the dismay of the more moderate figures within the Diet, as a result, the Reichsmarshal himself will go before the Reichstag and make a passionate and grandiose speech to rally support for the militarist cause and calm down opposition from other Diet representatives. And we get an event, the successor speaks. Okay. Vietnamese government, okay. Doesn't really affect us, that's why we ignore it. Bloody Ferdinand. The so-called monster in uniform of the Wehrmacht, Field Marshal Ferdinand Schorner made a name for himself during the Second World War as a talented strategist and brutal commander, leading troops in the invasions of both Poland and the Soviet Union. Despite this, while glory in this war was heaped upon him by Erwin Rommel, Hans Speidel, and even Hermann Göring himself, Field Marshal's name, as it's known today, is not looked upon favorably within wider bureaucratic circles. Even ever-ambitious Schorner desired nothing less than to be head of the entire Wehrmacht itself. Though a brilliant military man, his skill was not enough. His dreams of promotion were dashed against the rocks of reality by his cataclysmic performances during the West Russian War in the 1950s. Considered a failure by many and generally despised by both subordinates and superiors alike, Schorner has nonetheless forged a path as an influential leader in the Reich's militarist faction, and is considered to be Hermann Göring's #1 man. To the likes of Hans Speidel, who he despises, his clique is little more than a psychotic band of saber rattlers. To Schorner and his followers, however, they are saviors of a decaying and dying German, a noble band of warriors demanding greater power for the Wehrmacht, and so increased sphere of German influence in Europe and beyond. Deserters get no mercy from him. Okay. Oi, oi, oi. This is a nice song. Blue Rider. Let me go to economy. Economy. Money is okay. 8.6? Sheesh. Okay. Inflation is going down a little bit. Okay. And then... Actually, wait a second. Yeah, if we do yearly surplus of 1 billion, then that's alright. Okay, and then I need to do trade. And I guess we'll do 5 of that. Problem is, these don't tick after, like, for a whole month, I think, is the problem. Oh god. That was dodgy. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. In remembrance of a hero, today, as it does every year on this most sorrowful of days, as it gobbles, the Reich mourns the death of one of its most compassionate, creative visionaries in film and media, Paul Joseph Goebbels. In the summer of 1956, our most beloved of directors and pioneers of the National Socialist Revolution had met his end in the untamed wilderness of the eastern frontier, Pleskow, specifically while on his way to visit his close compatriot, Wolf Heinrich Helldorf. Since then, there has been a hole in the heart of any German film critic, or really any sensible one across the Reich, as well as any well-meaning National Socialist. This year's services were no different than that of years past, with some words from the Fuhrer in memory of his old friend, followed by words from several of his closest friends and confidants. Albert Speer spoke of the man's level-headedness in times of panic, while figures such as Hermann Göring spoke of his fiery passion for National Socialism. Between all those making a statement on the old friend, however, none spoke more passionately of the man and his rhetoric than Wolf Heinrich Helldorf, an unknown in the political scene of the party, though certainly a passionate National Socialist. Featuring several battalions worth of honor guards as part of the services and several hours worth of eulogies and shared memories, the service finally came to an end. With tensions beginning to boil within German politics, the service has been a strong reminder for the people of the Reich as to just how short life can be. Even still, perhaps it is too late for such a lesson. The Reich mourns, but for how long? Because Hitler gonna fucking die, man. That's why. Hitler will fucking die, man. Wait, did we get just more mills then? We gain them and lose them so quickly, man. Jesus. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, we just gained 5. At least I think it's 5. One more, actually? Okay. Fair enough. We already have doctrines? What the helly? I don't know if we actually keep our doctrines, so I'm not gonna do these yet. I'm gonna keep my experience. What if, like, it resets? I don't know if we're gonna, like, keep our research and stuff. Turkish government negotiates with spring protests. Okay. Yeah, this is not good. Bormann has, like, double our fucking influence. Colombian president dies in office. The successor speaks. The Reich Marshal swaggered to the front of the crowd with confidence, his trademark grin stretching from ear to ear. Today he was adorned in his blue Luftwaffe uniform, its medals clanking as he took his position behind the podium. Behind him stood his most loyal advisor, the bespectacled Ferdinand Schroner, the sneering Otto Ernst Reimer, the smartly suited Wilhelm Stuckert. Members of Reichstag, Göring spoke after a few moments of silence, gripping the podium tightly with his jeweled fingers. I've humbly accepted the Führer's offer to become his official successor. Many of you will know that such a proposition has been enshrined in our law since 1938. I'm proud to say that the strength of our relationship has only grown in this time. His eyes, blue and narrow, dragged themselves across the brown mass of the Reichstag. The Reich, however, has only weakened. As a Führer, I promise to drag us from the marshy swamp of our own making and into a glorious new era. His voice grew slightly strained as he continued the speech. I shall deliver us into an age of absolute military domination over our foes. Make no mistake, the Führer's vision for Europe must be completed. A sporadic wave of applause swept through the crowd, emanating large from the militarists and well-marked officers, but also from a few conservatives. Göring gave an uneasy smile and glanced behind him, where Schroner was watching on eagerly. To strengthen our beautiful Vaterland, Göring continued, we must save our economy from the clutches of those who wish to exploit it for their own selfish purposes. You know who I'm talking about. Göring's voice grew more energetic and he puffed out his chest in excitement. I'm talking about the parasitic German bankers. I'm talking about the Swiss. Let us revitalize our economy. Let us re-energize the German workforce. Let us abolish wasteful spending on useless projects that plague the Reich. A wonderful speech, Göring. PP go up, stability and war support. Very nice. Oh my goodness. Okay. Coolio. Smile for the cameras. Stability goes up, one bad photo, and then we get PP. To get the German citizenry behind our message of militarization, we must appeal optimistic for the future. As at the outset of our regime 3 decades ago, many Germans left in a cynical state following the trauma of the previous decade had to be reminded of the glories of being a German and the need for optimism, which Dr. Goebbels' happy-go-lucky propaganda helped quench. Like our propaganda success decades prior, by smiling for the cameras and presenting an attitude of positivity and hope, we will unite the fatherland once more and quell the worries of fear. Okay, economy. Yeah, very good for the time being. We're just building stuff in Sachsen right now anyway. Sachsen. Otto Ernst Riemer. Oh, sorry, I escaped and it wouldn't work. Otto Ernst Riemer, born August 18th, 1912, is a Korean soldier in Germany's Heer. Riemer joined as a commissioned officer in 1932, just as the Nazi Party was rising in prominence. A former Hitler Youth leader, the Second World War would see him deployed on nearly every front the Reich fought on, participating in Poland, France, the Balkans. Riemer impressed his superiors during Operation Barbarossa, where he led his own regiment in Ukraine with distinction. Following decades, Riemer managed to claw his way to commanding his own corps just in time for the West Russian Revolutionary Front's invasion of Archon Moscowian. Again, he led with distinction in the fighting against the communists. Riemer's corps was also instrumental in sabotaging Himmler's coup. He and his men arrested more than their fair share of SS formations when Speidel sent his orders. Riemer has not been sitting idle since then. However, Ferdinand Schorner made his acquaintance with Riemer shortly after the market crash of the 50s, and the two aligned thanks to their staunch opposition to any and all military cuts. As of now, Riemer acts as Schorner's right-hand man for the most militant of the German command staff. Highly intelligent and ambitious, Riemer is certainly a man to watch. An opportunist at heart, the role he has yet to play within the Reich is unknown. For better or for worse. The state sends an iron hand to guide it. We are Germany's iron fist. Okay, we nearly have the 25 PP. I'm assuming we need a lot of PP once I click this anyway, so it's probably good to rush the PP in any case. Ay, 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 ay. Okay, good. Oh yeah, we can probably stop buying all the oil right now. The Führer Museum. Dr. Karl Brandt wiped the sweat from his forehead as the Führer began his speech, flanked by two grand podiums. There were only a few dozen people in the crowd, but not a single one was unimportant. Vice Minister Werner Neumann and representatives of the RMVP stood with famous artists and reporters of the state press. Hitler's pompous adjutant Julius Schaub was shooting daggers at Martin Bormann, who was watching the Führer like a hawk. They were all nodding respectfully as Hitler began to discuss the late painter Adolf Wissel, pretending to ignore the two trembling hands thrust awkwardly behind his back. Despite Brandt's severe protestations, Schaub had insisted that Hitler travel to the Führer Museum in Linz to officially open the new art exhibition, including a newly commissioned sculpture of my successor. Now, unfortunately for the young men here today, it is the curse of great artists to die before their time. Adolf Ziegler passed away only a few years ago, and Arno Brecker's recent death has wrecked the world of sculpting immensely. The crowd slowly turned to the left podium where Arno Breker was frozen still. Okay, Hitler just said this guy died, but the guy's like right next to him, still alive. That's funny. The crowd slowly turned to the left podium where Arno Breker was frozen still, his eyes darting fearfully around the room. Brandon wiped his forehead again with a drenched cloth. Many of you are too young to remember the days of degenerate art. The Führer trailed off, his whole body suddenly tightened up, and he staggered into the right-hand podium. Brent's blood turned to ice, Hitler's arms violently jerked out, and his head snapped forwards, slamming into the marble podium with a sickening crack. A gasp of horror exploded from the audience as the Führer crumpled to the floor, blood pouring from his forehead, arms and legs still writhing. A woman screamed, a man yelled a curse. Rockesmish was yelling at the crowd to stay back. Bormann rushed forwards and slipped on the blood with a yell. Jesus. Staggering into Schaub. Brandt turned Hitler onto his side and inspected the wound on his forehead. It was just a cut. The doctor shot Schaub a glare at the uproar reached a fevered pitch. Fuck. Stability goes down. Hitler's condition worsens. He's ailing. Okay, we nearly have the 25 PP, which is what we need. Oh my god, that's a lot. Jesus. Okay, no, not 20 yet, so I don't care. So yeah, we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14, okay, 6, 12, 14. Okay. Okay. Good enough for now. The Führer speaks. Excitement filled the streets of Germania today as completely unannounced. The Führer appeared on the balcony of the Führer Palace this morning and began an impassioned speech to those below. Hitler, seemingly in his nightwear and dressing gown, quickly drew a crowd of early morning commuters, government employees, and star-struck tourists from the colonies who could not believe their luck at seeing the Führer in person. Gesturing widely and at times making little sense, the Führer decried how he could not sleep thinking of how the Reich's many enemies constantly plot against us, denouncing the Jewish capitalist world, and spoke of how the German people must unite against the threat of Bukharin's degenerate Bolshevik regime. Oh my god, he's just in the past, man. After almost 10 minutes, the Führer barely drowned out the screech of a government vehicle coming to a halt behind the palace. A group of men hurrying inside. Moments later, Martin Bormann appeared on the balcony inside the Führer, and smiling nervously, gently ushered him back into the palace, citing security concerns. On their part, the crowd hung on every word and continued to applaud and cheer long after their beloved Führer had returned inside. I think we got away with that one. PP minus. Fuck it, I nearly had 25 PP. Fucking stupid Bormann. I fucking swear to God. This son of a bitch. I keep trying to get fucking political power so I can fucking get influence. Ay, ay, ay. Swear to God, man. Okay, we're at 20 right now, which is alright. Patriotic Front victory in 1962 Lao election. Okay. Cameron claims victory in Australian snap election. I don't even know who Cameron is. I'm not gonna lie, man. Okay, finally 25 PP. Thank you. Unemployment on the rise. Okay. For the everyday German, gainful employment is incredibly hard to come by. Nearly all sectors of the German economy, agriculture, manufacturing, and even construction, are glutted, dominated by slave labor. Uneducated Germans are hard-pressed to find jobs, forcing them to survive on state welfare. This has made labor involving higher education super competitive, and even our best and biggest struggle to find jobs. Situation only worsens year after year with no solution in sight. There's simply not enough private sector jobs to go around. The German economy needs a major overhaul, with the first being to address the dismissal state of German employment. While we could certainly just conscript more men to drop unemployment or increase benefits and payouts, it may be prudent to start phasing out slave labor and returning these jobs to the civilian sector, even if it is the expense of the industrialists. So obviously we go with Goring. Yeah, okay. We are always looking for more men in the army. Goring's legitimacy will increase by 5, slightly increase unemployment policy, and minimal investment. Okay. There we go. Julio. 25. That's good, that's good, that's good. Okay. Very good. So, bada bing, bada boom. Peak TNO riding. The fucking snake? What is this one from? Hunting the slimy little cockroach that he is somehow not completely surrendered to our government and personally handed his shit-stained ass to us on a silver platter. The ignorant fat fuck. He's left us no choice but a direct invasion of his decrepit little African kingdom. Thankfully, we had secured the Boer state before his betrayal, which has given us a direct invasion point to cut this subhuman and cocky Uvenschmerz embarrassing reign to a merciful end. This order is set to go out as soon as possible from the High Command, as Goring has needed some alone time after this attack. Okay, this is gonna happen to me later, I guess. What the fuck? So that was I was reading a thing that Polurkus posted. Okay, smiler full of camera. One bad photo. Okay, wait, was this the one? Oh yeah, it is this one. Yeah, one bad photo. Okay. Okay. Yeah, everybody's still going up. I think we're on 25, so it's not terrible. I don't know if we need to spend it. Like, if spending it is like worth it, right? Okay, 50 guns a day. I think that's as good as we want to do it, man. Basic jet cast 1. Basic jet interceptor. Basic jet fighter. Yeah, those are my 3s. Okay. Helicopter. Group transport heli. Okay, that needs to go up. Oh, that is on 3. Okay, good. Okay. Yeah, CV I don't care. CV I don't care. Approved jet tactical and strategic. I mean, they could go up to 2 each, I guess. It's fine by me, I guess. Actually, we'll make it 2 for now. Just 2, because I don't really care about them that much. Okay, we just need 2. Bam, bam. Okay. One bad photo. Let's try one with a far-off look, Goring instructed the young photographer. He looked dramatically to the side, brow furrowed in stern thought. The camera clicked multiple times. He was wearing his personalized dove grey uniform, complete with medals. He turned back to the photographer. Bernhard, was it? Ah, Berntold. My apologies. Show me yesterday's photograph, the one with the blue Luftwaffe uniform. Berntold brought the printed photo over. I want that one destroyed. This is going to the newspapers, remember? I must look my best. Schooner arrived in the doorway with a small document tucked under his arm. Goring beckoned him over and examined the pages. The field marshal had drafted a plan to violently suppress the student protests that had broken out since his appointment as successor. Bertold was prowling around the room, experimenting with different angles and muttering to himself. The young photographer had probably been a student himself not so long ago. Goring gave a heavy sigh. He handed the document back and nodded his approval. Oh well. The students had been growing more and more unruly. It was time they were taught a lesson. Vice Marshal Goring, the photographer whispered in a shaking voice. Drew Goring from his thoughts. I took a photograph of your plan, the one ordering Kia troops to use brutal force against the peaceful student protests. I'll leak this photo unless you cancel this order immediately. Is that understood? Brother really thinks he can get away with this. Goring stared at the young man in shock, but said nothing. He simply rose to his feet, thanked for his time, walked over to the waiting Schorner. He also noticed his glum expression and looked over at Bertold with suspicion. Photographer is a threat, Ferdinand. Eliminate him. Make sure the young man knows how unhappy I am. What would Goring really do here? I don't know, man. See, okay, Goring cares too much about what people think of him, right? So he probably... I feel like Goring would say, nah, like... Yeah. I don't know. Make sure that young man knows how unhappy I am. Okay. One with high society, PPE stability, a meeting in the beer hall. Despite its seemingly populistic ethos, being regarded as men of the people by most German citizens, Reichsmarshal Göring has found considerable support from the aristocratic elements of society in the Greater Germanic Reich. Although the various aristocratic cliques have seemingly scored a major political victory with the Führer's succession announcement, their support is not completely solid as of yet. Therefore, the Reichsmarshal has no choice but to dine with society's elite, making extravagant promises and wooing the aristocrats into unequivocal support. Okay, well, all our research just finished. Sheesh. Communist revolution in Croatia. Darkest corner of the Volksschau. Felix had never seen such a grand city as Germania fall into such disarray, never in all his years serving in Iraq as a foreign diplomat. Had Felix felt this worried about his country? With Hitler away, one could feel the immense pressure weighing down on the citizens of Germania. Crime rate increased, everyone was taking sides, even the military was fracturing. It was as if Hitler's condition left his body and plagued an entire city. No matter, Felix received his order and believed it would be his last when he read the destination, the Burgundian embassy. He hated Burgundy. Each time he passed the embassy, there would be 2 people present at most. Burgundy liked to keep things secret and provided only the minimum amount of staff needed to get the job done. And the few diplomats were skilled, they would only respond in short phrases, and if you pushed them to say more, you would be glared at. Such was the nature of a shadow state, Felix pondered. Felix was walking slowly through the Volksschau towards the Burgundian embassy, but the question pierced his thoughts. Why would he need to talk with the Burgundians? What could he expect from them? The tension of the city was pressing on him, and his body began to churn as he saw the door. Germany was failing, and Burgundy knew it. Would he be killed if he went in there? Would he die in the office with a giant Himmler portrait under the black banner? Even if he needed to speak to a diplomat, Felix realized he shouldn't get a response. There must be something something big developing between Germany and the Shadow State. The door was in reach now. All Felix had to do was open. Nothing. The large room that once housed the Burgundian embassy was emptied, cleaned, and only the walls remained. This was all planned, Felix thought. Burgundy left the burning country to die, and they would not be coming back. Gone too soon. What the fuck's going on there, man? Okay, research. Okay, so 3 research slots. Coolio. Yeah, not a lot that I want to research, or need to research over. We will do radar, I guess. Okay. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. Coolio. I just realized something. Here it is. Okay, cool. Awesome. The Adolf Hitler Art Gallery opens. Having been under construction for several years, Germany's elites tonight attended the grand opening of the Adolf Hitler Art Gallery, designed by Albert Speer in the heart of Germania. Whilst construction had briefly halted during the economic uncertainty some years ago, a unanimous vote of the Reichstag agreed that the resource and funds should be made available for the project. Dedicated to showcasing the greatest pieces of Aryan artwork in the Reich, the centerpiece of the gallery is a permanent exhibition of the paintings created by the Fuhrer himself across his lifetime. After hours of champagne and socializing, the assembled crowd grew silent as the guest of honor took to the stage. Already visibly emotional, Hitler presented his newest painting to the attendees, a watercolor piece depicting the view from his room during a recent stay in Wilhelmshaven. After several minutes of applause, the Führer broke down into tears as he spoke of how much it meant to him to have his art appreciated in such a public way, how he sincerely hoped to inspire a generation of German artists to follow their passion just as he had done. Let no one stand in the way of his dreams, he told them. Surely artwork is the soul of any nation. That's such a weird fucking human piece for Hitler. Fuck that, bruh. Okay. So yeah, now everything's great. Okay, back to macro. We're losing a little bit of money, which is not good, probably because army expenditure went up a little bit through the focus. So I'm gonna go back down on social. There we go. Oh no. Okay. Hmm. Huh. Hmm. Okay, let me see if I can reload that then. I want to see if like doing the other option does anything. Because I chose not to eliminate him, but I like my guess is like you can't eliminate him, but you just lose more PP, which is like brother. Okay, the photographer is a threat, Ferdinand. Eliminate him. There we go. And then here. Okay, and then economy, please. Auto balance. Yep, thank you. Macro. Okay. We need to lower this until 1 billion. There we go. Very good. Okay. Right now we have no economic warning signs, and fucking inflation's going all the way down too. Okay. Okay, I see. A fatal leak. Here we go. We got this sooner. Could you portray a calmer expression, perhaps? Johann asked politely to Reichsmarshal, who was posing one foot in a stool and a hand clasped around his Luftwaffe baton. His cloak was blowing magnificently behind him thanks to the chilly gust of wind from the open window. "I'll give you," calm Goring yelled, breaking his pose and kicking the stool over. Naturally, Goring had hired a new photographer, someone more professional, someone older, someone less likely to support Spear. That didn't stop him from getting on his nerves. Schroeder arrived at the doorway. Goring strode over him with a thunderous expression and swung his baton, hitting the field marshal on the side of the arm. The officer looked more shocked than hurt. "You useless fucking idiot. I told you to eliminate that little rat Berthold. Why the fuck is he still alive to leak photos of our plan?" The protests have tripled in size. Goring was about to throw his baton to the floor in fury, but stopped himself at the last moment. It was too precious to risk breaking. "That agent you sent to deal with Berthold, the one who got fucking caught, I want him liquidated immediately." "Is that necessary, Hermon?" Shona responded with gritted teeth, rubbing his sore arm. Any other day he would have exploded with fury. "It doesn't matter what the students think. They weren't going to support you anyway. Have him liquidated. I won't ask again. And don't you dare call me Hermon." Felt a wave of smugness as Shona rose in compliance. It wasn't often he had such power over the officer. The smugness swiftly faded, however, as images of violent students or student riots exploded in his head. "We don't have any time for failure right now. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad." Okay, so you can lose PP, stability, and war support, or you can say, "We don't have any time for failure right now. We lose stability and PP," which sucks, but we gotta take it. It's just what we gotta take. And then, yeah, we got all this. Gone too soon. Okay, yep, this is all normal. This is all stuff that we had to deal with already. Good, good, good. Get the radar. Let me get the two equipments here. Awesome. Cool. Yep, these are all things we've already read. Cool. Okay, 25 to 35. It's so annoying that every month, like, we always lose and then gain PP, gain factories. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's mainly trucks that we don't have because we needed big supply. One more even, okay. Yeah, the problem is we don't really have much production in any case, because the economy is shit. Sat in his normal chair, the Burger Broccolia beer hall. The one he had occupied since his time as a would-be revolutionary all those years ago with Adolf and the others. It was not the past he was here to meet, however, but the future. That was why he was constantly checking his custom-made, lavishly expensive watch while he sipped from the establishment's trademark brew. His guest was running late, but given the enormous stakes for which the appointed successor of the Fuhrer was playing, a few minutes, give or take, were mere trivialities. The past month he had been on a blitz to wine and dine the upper crust of the Rag Society, using every bit of charisma and charm to win over the elites. He would be able to bring considerable resources to bear in the event he needed it. As Goring waited, he continued to drink, and as he drank, he allowed his mind to wander back to the past, beating Adolf, hosting the Adler Kampfer at Karin's insistence. The names of his older comrades flashed through his mind. Hitler, Rosenberg, Hess, even Rome. Fucking Rome. The degenerate pervert had gotten what was coming to him. That was long in the past, however, and only was worth remembering as a testament to how fickle one's grip on authority and power could be. Whatever else might happen, Goring promised himself that in that moment he would never allow himself to end up as Rome had. He would sooner drink a mug of poison than be humiliated in such a manner. The slam of a door brought him out of his memories. He looked over to see the man he had been waiting for all night. He stood up to properly greet his guest, and with a jovial smile he bellowed out, "Ah, Herb Borman, how glad I am to see you. PP go up and stability go up. Good, 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 good." So much PP. Yeah. Yeah, it literally says right there, yep, cool. Coolio. I would like to focus on, yeah, increase? Okay, we get 10 increase right there. Cool, cool, cool. Roar on the radio. The now decadent Deutschminister of Public Alignment and Propaganda, Dr. Joseph Goebbels, once stated that, the now deceased. The radio was the greatest propaganda asset ever devised, encouraging the industry's growth at the outset of our regime. Though Goebbels is unfortunately no longer with us, we shall take a page from his book and use methods of radio to solidify our influence on the public. We will roar on the radio till every single German is united behind our agenda of warfare, glory, and national redemption. We gain some more support. Mainly, I just want to get through it to get this plus 10. Because I think that's alright. Did we gain more? We did one more. Cool, good. Okay. A midnight call. Hermann Goring exclaimed down the phone. "This is Right Marshal Goring. It's a pleasure to speak with you, Dr. Brandt. Are you enjoying the Burkhoff?" Brandt's voice replied hastily, "I'm afraid I'm too focused on the Fuhrer's health to admire my surroundings, but the medical isolation is helping him immensely. I must ask, Doctor, though it pains me so," Goring aside dramatically, "will the Fuhrer live? As long as my medical orders are not interrupted by the likes of Julius Schaub, we should see a turnaround. I'm attending the Fuhrer night and day, although Schaub keeps accusing me of undermining his authority. He's always been a slimy little toad, hasn't he?" Goring laughed. "Your hard work will not go unrewarded, I can assure you. Have a good night." He placed the phone down and strummed his fingers against the desk. The Fuhrer's absence provided an opportunity for further action. If he hosted a military parade and delivered a grand speech glorifying the Wehrmacht, it would have satisfied the likes of Schorner and Riemer, while also infuriating Bormann and making him look weak and incompetent. Afterwards, he could propose a meeting in the Reichstag in which he would paint the Fuhrer's secretary as a closet liberal, no better than Speer and his crypto-Bolshevik agitators. As long as the gap between the conservatives and the militarists was bridged, Goring would face no opposition from the party. Bormann and Speer naturally would be given the wrong date for such a meeting. Goring picked up the phone with a grin. There was work to be done. The race has only just begun. Stability go down. Fucking Christ. Fair enough, I guess. We gain 2 additional units. Our current bonus number of units is 0. Okay, this will use legitimacy. Bring here... okay, yeah, it's Hitler is severely ill. Bring here regiments to our side. The army is steadily fracturing. Officers and soldiers swearing their allegiance to the man rather than the Reich. With our leader's position as a legitimate Hitler's legacy, we can leverage the support of several here regiments whose loyalty is still uncertain. So I will buy that one. Normally I wouldn't, but we're going to get 15 right there and then be able to go back out on top, I think. Guido appointed as president of Argentina. The collapse of the Triumvirate. Malta, okay. Okay. What event is running out? Okay, I think it just means these ones. Fair enough. Did we lose like one factory? We did. Bam. Bam. Okay, well, okay, leopards. So we don't actually need the leopards, but we should probably keep producing them as much as possible, right? Probably. Oh, it's like a glitch where I can't remove this. It's fine. Saving up little political power now, though. That's good, that's good. Nazi terrorist plot busted in Uruguay. What the fuck? Uh-huh. Switzerland of America has its fair share of secrets. Okay. We gained one more. Fair enough. It's just trucks I'm going to work on right now. It sucks that you can't edit your... Che Guerrero released from prison. Sheesh. It sucks that you can't edit your divisions right now, but... yeah, I guess it's like letting you not do it for now. So you can do it later when... Like, after the Civil War, during the Civil War, something like that. Okay. Look for opportunities? Yes, please. The economic mess. The economy has been on the downturn since the economic crash of the 50s. Many Germans who lost their jobs have remained or underemployed and destitute for the better part of a decade now. Their only means of survival have hinged on the state continuing to provide them benefits. While the economy was crashing, many small business owners closed their doors for the last time. Major corporate interests throughout the country silently consolidated their holdings and bought projects, machinery, and expertise for next to nothing. German citizens were replaced with cheaper slave labor and their jobs simply never returned. A decade later, wage still hasn't returned to their pre-cash wages, even with 10 years of inflation for the few that still work. The German people yearn for some kind of action. We cannot be content to sit and watch our citizens suffer. Something must be done now to give the people some much needed relief and hope. Unfortunately, it's up to us to decide how to best approach this. So obviously we go Goring. We'll increase by 5. We could always use more workers in the armament factories. Our GDP by 0.15 billion. Increase our forced labor policy effectiveness. Sheesh. But we do get more influence, which is really good. Yeah, we just need to be careful because when we spend our influence, it takes 30 days. I don't think doing forts is really very helpful. I don't know why I would do forts. Whenever you're playing this, you always want to push, especially in a civil war. You're pushing until capitulation. You're not defending. It's ridiculous. They're actually, probably got Turkey declared war? Sheesh! War on the Levant. What a way to treat a former ally. Yeah, they're fucking demilitarizing, like, a bunch of areas. What the fuck? It's crazy. Yeah, who was Turkey declaring war on? Palestine, basically. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Does Italy have a tree in this game? They do. French state doesn't, but it would be cool if they did. I've been playing as the French, and like getting revenge would be pretty good. Thief territory. Fuck the thief territory. Such a ridiculous name. Is the French state part of the yeah, okay, because the French... Okay, they start as part of the faction. Fair enough, fair enough. I get it. Roar on the radio. Coolio, do we get an event for that? Nope, we don't. All good. Just go to the next one. Dominate on television. Legitimacy will increase by 5, or support plus 6%. Long ago, the Reich's various propaganda outlets had seemingly been won over by Herr Göring, producing pieces which helped strengthen his popularity among Germans and solidifying his man of the people image. Yet despite the tumultuous nature of the Reich over the past decade, the press have largely remained loyal to the Reichsmarschall and the Wehrmacht's hawks. Due to this good relationship, we shall abuse this proverbial friendship to dominate the Reich's television networks, to attempt to convince the people of our inspiring message and well-meaning beliefs. Yeah, we'd lose so much stability because of our focuses, but 58% is not terrible. The Lobster War ends. Okay, cool. I wonder why Brazil has such a crazy tree in TNO. I never understood that. Like, they are so, like, the least impacted from the rest of the world. I don't know. I just always think about it. We could get 2 more units. We're about to get 10, aren't we? And this will be 5. But then it will be 10 afterwards. So yeah, we will get the units. The extra units is worth it, I think, in my opinion. I'm making a lot of guns, so I'm hoping I keep the guns. Okay, now, right now, we're actually so, like, what do you say? We have so much extra mills that we don't really need. That's, what? 76, that's 13. 14, 15. 16, 17, 18, 19. 20. Okay. Okay. Coolio. Very good, very good. Yep, everything is working out well enough. Okay. Some Italian war was going on, I guess. Tito and the partisans defeated. One more extra mill. Okay, fair enough. So this one I don't need to be producing much. Like, I just want to build stuff. In fact, we should probably find somewhere else we can build. Oberschlein will also build offices. Understood. There we go. Cool. Economy 6%. Sheesh. Badass. They're doing reasonably okay, in my opinion. Tremors detected in Burgundian soil? Okay, so the Burgundy is just doing nukes. The Swiss Seismological Service has issued a press release with worrying news. Last night, the HQ in Zurich noted a seismological event somewhere in the Burgundian Jura that lasted 4 seconds and reached 4.6 on the Richter scale. Due to the lack of aftershocks, they concluded that this is not a natural activity, but likely a man-made incident. Several Swiss radiologists have reported a spike in airborne radiation equivalent to a mild nuclear meltdown or an atomic air blast. Governments worldwide have arrived at one conclusion: the Burgundians have successfully tested a nuclear device twice as strong as the one dropped on Pearl Harbor in 1940. Ah, so Germany nuked Pearl Harbor. Fucking jeez, instead of, like, letting Japan attack it. With the Shadow State remaining tight-lipped as ever, the news will likely never be confirmed. Still, it seems that 1962 will be remembered as a dark point in history, the year Burgundy ascended to the ranks of the nuclear powers. What does that madman think he's doing? The world awaits with bated breath. You know what would have a pretty cool tree? Switzerland, I think. Switzerland would have a pretty crazy tree in this mod, I reckon. Nuclear energy technology, okay. Coolio. I mean, yeah, it's just like infantry at this point, man. Yeah, motorized, cool. Yeah, saving a lot of political power now, actually. Pretty based. Okay, Borman is now 20 ahead of us, but we should get it back up, it's fine. One more meal. Okay, no, I can't do another division right now. No. We got to get back up. We'll have 15 in a bit. So that's 25 to 40, and then we're going to get 10, so it'll be 35 to 40. And that'll be 40 to 40, and we'll probably get more. cool. Yeah, we get 10 down there. Coolio! The biggest parade... Wait, do we get an event here? No, we don't. Goring's legitimacy was increased by 10. We'll spend 0.2 billion, barely nothing. Triumph in Germania. The biggest parade yet. Given our increasingly militaristic agenda, it only makes sense to put the might of the Wehrmacht on display for the globe. Now, how do we plan on doing this? Through a parade, of course. A ginormous parade through the streets of Germania, hopefully holding the biggest parade in German history, will spill over into nationalistic fervor and a longing to see the Reich reclaim its rightful glory whilst worrying our opponents, not out. We're absolutely sure of it. Hell yeah. It's probably good that we're actually saving up political power, because you're going to need a lot for stuff, right? I think we lost a factory. Oh, no, we did not. It's lying to me. It is lying to me. Okay, victory in Malaya. Shout out to what's going on in Malaysia. Okay. Okay, there was an increase in factory, fair enough. New event, look for opportunities, yes please. Autobahn Renewal Project. Germany's famous highway system, the Autobahn, has seen better days. When Hitler took the project over in the early 30s, he greatly expanded the system to encompass the entirety of the Reich, making it the largest highway system in the world. After the Second World War, plans were put into motion to see the expansion of the Autobahn to all concerns of German-dominated Europe, from Scallion to Gibraltar and everything in between. Ambitious Wait, really, Gibraltar? I don't think the Iberian Union is, like, in our faction, though. No, they aren't. But they have a tree, huh? Interesting. And everything in between. Ambitious expansions were planned for the booming and growing cities of the Reich and were proceeding smoothly. The great economic crash of the 50s put a quick stop to everything. Funding was massively cut, making the planned expansion simply impossible. The highway has begun to decay from chronic lack of maintenance. A stack of proposals has been sent over to our desks. The paperwork details plans for a massive works project to begin much-needed repairs all throughout the Reich on the Autobahn. Expansion plans for easily congested areas have also been mapped out. We only need to give the okay to begin the work. Here we go, Bormann and Goring. Okay, that sucks. So basically sort of just buying each other. We'll put the here to work, yeah, but both of ours increases by 5. Beirut gets 2 infrastructure, manpower minus 2,000, that's fine. Oh wait, did they die? They died in the work? Sheesh. Free civilian factories? Okay, yeah, you want me to build more, sorry. Yeah, Oberschlein, Bohm. Bowman, isn't that like here? Yep. Go, Bowman. And that needs to be prisons. Understood. Coolio. Do we not build hospitals over there? Okay. Okay. Cool. That's good. Yep. All good. Q. Oh, get rid of 2 mills. Thank you. Turkey wins the Italo-Turkish War. Sheesh. Look at that inflation just dropping, man. That's awesome. Holy shit. We're trying to pay off our debt. We're paying it like 1 billion a year. Roughly, I guess. I don't know. Improved anti-tank equipment. Okay, outdated equipment. I like how it gives a big, like, outdated thing, yeah. Good. Yeah. Always preferred the World War II armored train, not gonna lie. That's also pretty good to take, though. Tropical storm hits Thailand. Okay. Can we skip the song? Full Britannia, bruh. Okay. The biggest parade yet. Cool. The Jerusalem Conference. Jerusalem Conference fails. Okay. Fair enough. Bam. Do research, please. Thank you. Okay, do radar, sure. Triumph of Germania. Hermann Göring looked down at the grandiose display before him. He gripped onto the ledge of the balcony with one hand and waved his jeweled encrusted baton with the other. To enrapture the German people, he thought to himself with a smile, one must appeal to their base instincts, war, military, and grandeur. He had ordered a display of power on a grand scale not seen since the glorious celebrations following the triumph of the Second World Krieg. It had been expansive, of course, but his revitalization of the economy following the Führer's inevitable demise would more than make up for it. A sense of pride surged through him as the Hermann Göring division marched onwards to lead the procession. The splendor of those uniforms, the synchronization of their steps, and sheer beauty of those mechanical creatures rolling forward. It was almost too much to handle. He was enraptured by his own propaganda. Göring chuckled softly. Perhaps he would build a statue of himself in Germania. One for Hitler too, of course, but maybe ever so slightly smaller than his. Stop prattling, Field Marshal, Göring laughed as he turned towards Ferdinand Schorner, who was conferring intensely with Otto Ernst, Riemer, and Johann von Klemstag. You're missing the parade. Ah, Ferdinand, do you see that mouse? Amazing. Wait, so they actually built the mouse in this timeline? What the fuck? They must have, yeah. Sorry, this was... Okay, no, I'm thinking of the other one, the really big one. They always built the mouse. Okay, okay. It's the heaviest fully enclosed armored fighting vehicle ever built. What's this? Yeah, super heavy tank. Is this the really big one? Was this built or not? I have no idea. Yes, I'm thinking... What's the really big fucking tank called? I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, okay, now we gotta go to the right side. Secure the streets, +5. Increase public meeting policy effectiveness. We gain some PP, but lose stability and war support. Fair enough. Suppress student protests with back to your dorms. The Führer's proclamation, the Reichsmarshal Göring and successor, we've been handed the Führer's permission to secure the streets of the Greater German Reich. For her, Göring supporters in preparation for incoming inevitability of the Führer's passing. Therefore, we shall commence the retaking the Reich streets by our hawkish establishment clique. Okay. We are also the Master of Europe, which is kind of based. And part of the Einschusspakt, yeah. Okay. I also don't like this song. Skip. There we go. Now that's what I'm calling depression. Thank you. Very good. Status the Dominican Republic. Top secret, eyes only to all members of the Reich Commissariat, something something, in Dominican Republic, Caribbean, aligned with Iberia. The collapse of the something is called the government of whatever. Okay. May Germany be in safe hands. Even a neutral Dominican Republic is better than one decidedly pro-American. Command power +10. Decisions to aid Trujillo will be unlocked. Okay. So, technically I should lose this, shouldn't I? Because this would, I want to lose this because then I can conquer them later, right? Maybe? Protecting the Dominican Republic. Spies in Havana and Washington have delivered reports to us detailing the training of the Caribbean Legion, a group of political dissidents and mercenaries preparing for an invasion of the Dominican Republic to overthrow dictator Rafael Trujillo. Despite Trujillo's steadfast alignment to Iberia, we may find that humiliating the Americans in their own backyard could prove valuable. American air assets will likely be used in the conflict and prove devastating to DR forces. I'm going to turn the music down a little bit. It's annoying to my ears. Okay. In response, engineers in the Wehrmacht have begun strongly advocating for the shipment of anti-air weapons, especially new technologies for field testing. We should not pass up a valuable experience and photos of downed US pilots in the news. Our current operation strength is 0. Okay. Behind the scenes, a decisive front in our operation to oppose the United States' efforts in the Dominican Republic is that of covert operations. The robust American and Mexican intelligence services offer a service that prove difficult foe to surmount. Thus our counterintelligence efforts, measured by operational strength, will prove pivotal towards our goal of blocking the American sphere from further expanding. Okay. Okay, yep, cool. We need prototype anti-air equipment. Okay, we need a few things here and there. Okay. I see. Uh-huh. Well, yeah, I'm gonna make a save, but I'm gonna try and do this, I think. Global conflict active. Ah, I see. That's cool. Like, this seems like the mini games that we gotta play, right? Okay. Protecting the Dominican Republic. Coolio. Coordinate. Increase by 5. I like that. Oh, okay. Yeah, coordinate supply Dominican security services. Okay. What happens if we get to 10? I don't know. Send old AA system. At least 150 anti-air stored in stockpile. Okay. Prototype AA weaponry. 1 research for anti-air. So the effects of enemy bombing runs will be slightly weakened. Okay. Offer well-marked technical support. Okay. Coolio prototype and improved. We need prototype and anti-air. Okay. Where is it? Yeah, I don't think we have any. Like equipment. Yeah, we have anti-attack equipment, but we don't actually have any. Okay. Anti-air. Do we not have anti-air? Prototype anti-air equipment. Here we go. Okay. Julio. Very good. Okay, 12 a day. And that will help us do it, I guess. Yeah, cool. Prototype or improved. Well, we're making prototypes, so that's good. Cool. Okay. As research over the horizon radar, we are getting that done, so that's fine. 15 out of 100. Sheesh. Okay, so next research, we want to do the anti-air, I think. Oh, well, we are doing improved anti-air equipment right there. What is it that... What was this one? Yeah, when is the research bonus for anti-air? Okay, so we could get it done a bit quicker, I see. I see. Cool. We're gonna take over in the Levant. Okay. Holy shit, yeah, we're producing a lot. Good. Israel annexes Transjordan, bruh. A trip to the tea house. Any other man would have admired the beautiful scenery that surrounded them. Any other man would have breathed in the fresh air with deep satisfaction while surveying the rolling green hills. Any other man would have listened intently to the melodies of nature, from the chirping of the birds to the buzzing of the grasshoppers. Not Dr. Karl Brandt. He was watching the Fuhrer like a hawk, ready to leap forwards in an instant. Despite his deteriorating condition, Hitler had gently asked Brandt if he could maintain his old ritual of strolling to the tea house on Muskelshof Hill. Julian Straub had soon caught wind of this, and despite Brandt's numerous protestations, forced him to adhere to the Fuhrer's orders. That smug sycophant was striding alongside them, inhaling deeply as he basked in the sunlight. Imagining that idiot tripping over and smashing a face upon a rock gave Brandt some modicum of relief. Hitler suddenly halted in his tracks, panting heavily. Brandt dived forwards just in time to catch the old man by the shoulders as he collapsed backwards like a puppet without strings. His face was pale and covered in sweat, and his breathing was raspier than usual. Brandt gently lowered him to the ground and turned him on his side, tearing off his own jacket to place on the Fuhrer's head in anticipation of a seizure. As he suspected, Hitler's body soon began to jerk uncontrollably. Don't just stand there, Brent shouted at Schwab, who was staring at the two of them in distress. Get Kempka now! Schwab nodded and raced back the way. Kempka, isn't that, Hitler's like a personal driver? Am I right? Eric Kempka, yeah. 7 days later, his primary chauffeur, yeah. still the same guy, fair enough. And head back the way that they had come. After a few minutes, the seizure stopped. Hitler was breathing raggedly, clutching at the dirt beneath his hands. His eyes were filled with tears. At last, the car arrived. Eric Kempka had leapt out of the driver's seat, thrust open the back door. Brent slowly helped Hitler to his feet and guided him towards the vehicle. Placed the Hitler under a 24-hour medical watch now. Stability -10. Hitler's condition worsens. Jesus. Oi. Critical. Fucking hell. Okay, 50 to 40. Oi. We're trying to get it up. It's 5. We're gonna be just below Borman, but I think that's okay. I think we're getting it up. It's fine. Okay, cool. Foreign policy decisions. Oh, here we go. We need to send this now. Cool. By October 63, he dies. 63? What is October 63? That's not a day! Huh? So you got a year. What is October 63? That's not a real day ever, Jay. Oh, October, 1963. Okay, sorry. I thought you were saying, like, the 63rd of October. Okay, I'm dumb, don't worry. I was like, what the helly? Send modern man pads. Effects against the binnacle will be slightly increased. Coolio. Okay. Good. Okay. Wait, why did we lose all of our stuff? We had such good operational strength and now it's gone. What the fuck? Crazy. Okay. Okay. Let's see if okay. New event? Where is it? Oh, sorry, it's here, I guess. Yep. Coordinate with Dominican intelligence. Thank you. They're like fighting my intelligence. Jesus. Crazy. There we go. Supply last ones. Thank you. Secure the streets. No event, that's fine. 45 to 50. And then we'll get 10 down there as well. Also get a bunch down there too, and a bunch down there too. We lose a bunch of stuff. Supplying weapons to our loyal divisions will assure us a position of strength if the political situation becomes unmanageable. Supply loyal divisions. In the incoming struggle for governance of the Greater Germanic Reich will be the most equipped and well-prepared who will ultimately achieve the apparatus of state. Continuing the seemingly social Darwinist philosophy, we have no choice but to play favourites with regard to the allocation of supply in the year. By conducting this change in supply to favour the Hawks, we'll almost certainly damage the potential capability of our political opponents who hold ideological favour with certain here divisions. Okay. You're actually -3 stability now, yeah. Okay, in 3 days we'll have that anti-air, and then I'll actually use it. Bam. Also, we have a new thing. We have opportunities. Cool. Demands for women's rights. Students whining on the streets isn't anything new to our administration. New movements occasionally pop up every now and then before quickly dispersing into nothing, quickly being forgotten. The new Aryan feminist movement, however, has not. Spearheaded by a large group of female college students, the new group has been organizing marches, rallies, and meetings in a number of major cities. Reactions are mixed. Many conservative NSDAP members are disgusted, arguing that women's purity needs to be preserved. The German women's purpose is to be a caretaker. Some of the more traditional women wholeheartedly agree, seeing their place in Germany as an essential pillar of the German family. On the flip side, many younger women chafe at the thought of remaining second-class citizens in their own country, and demand more freedoms and acceptance from the population at large. Many reformers, and even more than a few silent conservatives, are in agreement and see the grievances laid out as valid. With popular opinion split and marches and rallies becoming more frenzied, the government needs to step in and offer guidance, one way or another. Mostly Goring, we are not changing the status quo. Break up the marches, goddammit Goring. Fair enough. Slightly increase gender right effectiveness. We gain legitimacy. So we're actually even with Bormann right now, which is probably good. It means we're going to gain... We're not going to gain any for a while, so I'll actually stick to staying even with him. I think. Okay. We also have anti-air, so what we're going to do is... This one, I think I want to... Yeah, okay. It should tell us actually anti-air. Cool. When they say anti-air, do they mean like... Okay, they mean this one, advanced anti-air. Okay, I'll try working on the train and see... Yeah, okay, I don't know what they want me. If they want me to do the equipment or the artillery stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna do the equipment, because that just makes the most sense to me. Yep. Cool. And we also need to do over-the-horizon radar, but I think we're working on that, aren't we? Yes, we are. 3 months though. Oi. Oh, okay. Coolio. Down here. Some... Assuming that's guns. Oh yeah, we have like 6,000 guns reserved there. Okay, elected in Uruguay. Death of Queen Wilhelmina. I always wonder what's going on with the Netherlands. Like, it's just sort of there. They don't do nothing. They just exist in this timeline. I think this is, like, I think we're just gonna lose this no matter what. Like, we're literally, like, losing so much, man. Credit rating improved? Whoa, we got the best economy. Prime. Nice. That's very, very good. Overview of French Madagascar. Oh no. A relic of a different era with perhaps some use left. Dominican. Okay, is this a different one? Do we have a different one now? No, okay. And we don't even have command power, man. Oi, oi, oi. So how do you, like, look at over here? Well... They're not at war, they just exist, I guess. Okay, Coolio. We'll spend $2 billion, which sucks. Slightly increase maximum investment. PP go down, stability go down, army experience go up. I'll wait till we do that. Tour the Panzer Fleet. The Panzer Fleet of the Greater German Reich is a brilliant symbol of national pride, a constant reminder of military prowess. Therefore, it's only proper that the Reich Marshal Göring partakes in a potentially valuable propaganda piece which may sway as of yet undecided Panzer commanders. But Göring will thereby tour the nation's Panzer Fleet in order to drum up support and Wehrmacht for his militaristic agenda. Okay. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, we have no more command power, so, like... We just straight up cannot do anything, man. We can do this one. Wait, we don't have 25. We only have 15. That's weird. Whatever. Okay. Civs. Okay. Army bases in Germania. Prisons bombing, yep. Hospitals in Oberschlein. And then Württemberg. How do we even spell Wörter? Wörter. Infrastructure. Offices. And schools. Cool. There we go. Very, very nice. These electric train improvements, nice. Very based. I don't mind doing train. It is the 29th of December, so do we have the next industry? No. Do we have the next research? Nope. We have these. One, two, three, four, five. Alright, I don't think we need this much anti-air at this point, though. Opportunities, very good. The Kriegsmarine in decline. Although we are the world's foremost superpower, our navy does not hold up in this day and age. Outdated and massively under-equipped, many of our service ships sit at anchored at port, understaffed and in dire need of refurbishment. A casual observer may mistake active-duty warships in dock as a mothballed fleet. It's only under Admiral Durnet's personal care that the U-boat fleet is even somewhat combat-ready. There are no disagreements throughout the administration. The surface fleet is severely lacking. Our analysts estimate that even the Italian surface fleet is stronger than ours. them a disgrace. To get the Navy up to a standard befitting our status as a superpower would require nothing short of a total restructuring of our Navy, complete with new ships, technology, and tactics. At this time, there's no feasible way we can achieve this. However, there are some temporary remedies available to us. By cutting some of the admirals' salaries and reducing waste, room in the naval budget for substantial improvements is possible. Be it weapon system overhauls, repairs, new electronics, or even just a new coat of paint, we have an opportunity to finally shape up the Kriegsmarine. Hate that it's Borman and Goring, but fair enough. Focus on some much-needed maintenance. Minimal investment will increase it to naval. Not that we care want that too much, but fair enough. In fact, we will look at the economy for that, though. Alright, no, it's still fine. Oh, good, cool. I actually gain money because it's increasing the minimum. I get you. Okay, bolster the Luftwaffe. Spend 2 billion. Slightly increase maximum investment in army. We lose bunch of PP and stability. Oi, 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 is what it is. Bribing the Waffen SS will assure us that some of the elements will be loyal to us when the powder cake explodes. With the Waffen SS having been exposed to degenerate ideals, many division commanders have since embraced corrupt activities as a means of making greater amounts of Reichsmarks a year. Despite how morally abhorrent such actions are, these corrupt officers may be quite useful at us. Given the Waffen SS is still regarded as the elite of the German armed forces, we can simply bribe the commanders of said divisions to remain loyal to our goals and help enforce the legitimacy of Reichsmarshal Göring as a viewer's successor upon those who may think otherwise. I just read the wrong one. What did I read? What did I even read? Yeah, I read the wrong one. I'm so dumb. Bolster the Luftwaffe. 2 billion PP. Yeah, okay. So if we go into Luftwaffe, Reichsmark Göring's agenda of increased militarization will surely affect his pride and joy. As a result of said agenda, Herr Göring has proclaimed that the Luftwaffe is to be bolstered through every available means. Although the majority of the Luftwaffe High Command is pleased with this announcement, many here in Kriegsmarine are quite displeased over the clear display of favoritism, yet who are we to deny the Reichsmarshal of his wishes? 2 billion, slightly increased maximum investment, army funding, PP go down, stability go down, army experience go up. The punto del este meeting. Rebellion impending. Command power +5. TikTok. Top secret IOs only to members of the Commissariat. Dominican Republic located within the Caribbean, aligned with Iberia. Private Caribbean Legion to attack the Dominican Republic are underway. Former training has reduced in intensity, so covers have more than doubled in the preceding month. Several landing vessels are resting in ports close to the camps. Okay. Oi, oi, oi. Security concerns in Madagascar. Order continue to crumble in Madagascar. Oi, oi, oi. Also, I need to look up something actually. Yeah. Oh, okay. On the 29th, on the 20th hour of the 29th of March. Okay, I gotta remember that then. Spears call. Hermann Göring slumped into his chair with a heavy sigh. He glanced out of that window, watching the moon struggle to break free from the dark clouds that swarmed it. His mind was racing almost as fast as his heart. His spy in the Burkholz had reported back grave news. The news he had anticipated for a long time with a mixture of hope and fear. Hitler had fallen into a coma and was unlikely to recover. Now was not the time to mourn his old friend or celebrate his glorious new future. Now was the time to act. The Führer was on the cusp of death and Göring's enemies were not going to sit idly by once this fact reached them. It's to ensure they knew nothing about the state of Hitler's health. When his closest allies in the war marked and the party would be informed, to make military preparation for a potential armed struggle. Bormann had rallied most of the conservatives to the party behind him and provided the greatest threat to Göring's power, although Heydrich's lunatics and Speer's liberals would no doubt exploit any such conflict as well. As long as the Reichstag declared Göring to be the Führer, he would probably be able to maintain a strategic position in Germania in the event of a civil war. He was torn from his thoughts by the shrill ringing of the phone. Came Speer's deep voice. Reichsmarshal, I'm sure you would agree that the Führer's absence from the public sphere has not gone unnoticed. Dr. Karl Brandt has served Hitler faithfully, and the only thing preventing a faster rate of recovery is Julius Straub's interference. As the designated successor, you should remove him from his post immediately and publicly condemn him. You want me to scapegoat Straub in order to protect Dr. Brandt? Göring chuckled. I'm happy to take any action against that fawning little idiot. Tell Bormann to do the same. Let's focus the public's attention on Hirschschaub and away from Hitler. Göring thought. Final curtain is falling. Hitler has entered a coma. Oi, oi, oi. Comatose. Fucking hell, man. 55. Oh, we need 200. Oh, no. Oh, no. We nearly have it. We nearly have 200 PP. That's fine. Yeah, we can't do that one. 200 PP. Okay. We nearly have it. It's good. Yep, we'll get that. Don't worry. To get, Czechoslovakia. Or Czech. Bormann. Okay. Got a truck. Research. We'll go to the train. That's fine by me. Plus 1 mil. That's all good. Okay. Let's skip that song. I don't like the song. Okay. Cool. Okay. Now we're gonna get the 200 political power. A blessed corpse of a drunk. Swayed in the saline breeze, stripped of dignity, hanging from a tree branch behind the Hotel Melville. His body displayed many wounds, the scars were signs of war service. His age suggested Moscowian. The welts and abrasions were post-mortem, the result of local children pelting the dead oppressor with rocks. The final wound was the rope fastened tight around his neck. This feels like Disco Elysium, man. Framed by panic scratch marks, two Malaxi detectives from... This is a fucking Disco Elysium reference. Two Malaxi detectives from the Gendarmerie completed their tour around the crime scene, assessing the body, interviewing witnesses, and found only a headache. So one dead Kratz, the detective from the station on Boulevard Tinkun, found swinging west of the Penga lines at 2 in the morning. The witness report no altercations, no shouting. Shit, maybe he killed himself if it was that quiet. No, whoever did it wanted to make a statement. The other detective from the station on Rue de Melville drew a cigarette from his pocket, offered another to his partner, who waved him off. They stripped him naked, marched him to the back, and lynched him. Had to have been outnumbered. He took a drag, adding another cloud to the overcast sky, and nobody heard anything. The detective continued and looked through his notebook. There's another problem. The German garrison. If we don't give them someone soon, they're liable to string up the entire town in retaliation. Well, said the detective from Domillo, let's go find someone to pin this on before the Germans do. They drove away, leaving patrolmen to handle the scene. In spite of his gallows humor, the corpse weighed heavy on the detective minds. There's some kind of ill-concealed revenge for everything the Germans put them through. The police had a few days to find them, 5 at most. And if they could not produce a suspect in time, the garrison would be unleashed. Like flies from ointment, their consciences stuck to it. And 200 PP. Skill Bomber Marine. We still hold sway over the vulnerable garrisons in Bohemia. By promising them protection, we quickly find the strategic outposts and its administrators to our side. We ensure that Bohemia remains under our control should anything disastrous happen. Thank you. Hydric is making moves. What the fuck? Okay. Fucking Bullman's got like 20 above me now. Ay, ay, ay. Plus 1 mil, I guess. Okay. Right, over the horizon radar. That needs the PP, which we don't have yet. That's fine. Research. Okay. Cleaning out the rooms. Stop, Gendarmerie, says the crowd detective in the station on Boulevard Tunguil. And the German drunk and high. Snatching natives off the street. Whether or not they were involved with their commander's death seemed irrelevant. It's only an excuse to pull the trigger. They had lined up and taken 5 lives. And were poised to take 500 more until the detective from Tingyun arrived. The detective from the station in Rillemere heard that the exchange of gunfire spread across the corner. Tingyun was pinned down, German soldiers firing into the streets. They had not slept in days, spending every waking hour in desperate search for the men who killed the garrison commander. But the garrison's wrath had come early. Delmeville emerged from the back, flanking the Germans loosely focused on his partner, a yeoman fire hitting one of them in the back, who slumped over in a confused heap. His comrade shouted something in German. The bigger of the surviving duo dipped his body around and let out a burst of fire towards the detective. Tingyun saw him go down, didn't know if he'd been wounded or killed. He roared, stuck his arm out of cover and fired. A lucky shot snapped another German's head back, and he too collapsed in the gravel. The survivor panicked and kept pulling the trigger on an empty magazine. Tingyun, also dry, rushed the survivor and tackled him to the ground. It was foolish. The stronger German overpowered him, and only one final bullet from DeMille saved Tingyun from a knife to the heart. The massacre on Rue de Rigny was a furious German garrison demanding the detectives' heads. Jumonterie had no response. The men had vanished. The killers were still out there, and the massacre had only solidified the hatred that drove the locals to string up a garrison commander on a tree. This wasn't going to end here. They'll be coming soon. That is all. It's literally just a Disco Elysium fucking event. I love it. Okay. We're fucked. We don't have the PP. We're never getting the PP now. Jesus. Approach the Waffen. Where the Waffen SS have been exposed to degenerate ideals, many division commanders have since embraced corrupt activities as a means of making greater amounts of Reichsmarks. So yeah, we already read this. Yeah. Okay. All goods. Let's check economy. We need to invest a little bit less just to get that 1 billion. Thank you. Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. The Battle of Tenerife, the German Gendarmerie station in Lana Kochar fell silent. The 83 staff, predominantly Malaga, they made up the district, showed up for work, but locked themselves in the precinct. Blinds shuttered, gates locked, no uniforms emerged from that building. Immediately, the suspicions of the French were aroused. And the Minister of the Gendarmerie sent an aide to investigate. He too walked into the building and did not emerge. When the colonial governor's side requested assistance at the station on the Landal dock, he was met only with silence. The second aide was told only to pass by and report back. Front gate was locked, the vehicles had been pulled into the garage, and not a soul seemed to stir in the building. Such was the mood of every other Gendarmerie precinct in Tantaria that day. Stillness, silence, sedition. What little patience the French had for the local police after the massacre on Rue de Rigny had finally evaporated. Tourists who were mobilized and sent to the Gendarmerie station in the city, supplanted by forces from the German garrison itching for a fight. With one order come out and do your jobs, or we'll drag you out by force. Then the shooting began. The Gendarmeries only had brevier carbines and other hand-me-downs from the Second World War, but they fought fiercely and they knew the city better than the Tyroliers and the German masters. Across the city, Genoese and civilian sympathizers held running gun battles with colonial forces, barricading streets with sandbags and police vans, slowly approaching the nerve center of the French colony. And from Tenerife, the fires of rebellion spread outward. The bravery of local police began to inspire others, activating militants and rebels that were once driven into the mountains, swelling their ranks with the dispossessed and the downtrodden. Even if the Europeans put down the Genoese mutiny here, it's too late. The fire's already lit, and it's starting to burn down the oppression of Madagascar. So begins the fall of Madagascar. The second Malay uprising has begun. A new page will be added to the global conflicts decision category. We had to send one more volunteer unit to the colony of Madagascar and dependencies. Okay. Jesus. Second Malay uprising. Okay, I think... Jesus Christ. Second Malagasy uprising. Okay, I think I'm going to call it there for tonight, because this seems like a lot, and it's... like, yeah. So I'm assuming we have to click on here, and then we select... Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's a mini game and a half, chat. Jesus. Interesting. Okay. Coolio. Let's make a save there. Bada bing, bada boom. And there's like no one really here right now anyway, so it's all good. Of course, as usual, I want you all to have a good rest of your day, evening, morning, or night, wherever and whenever those you happen to remember. Look at yourselves, everybody. And goodbye now.